Board members and staff. Josh,
Aye.
you just raise your hand and say here or something. Phil,
Here.
Kate,
Here.
Ellen,
Here.
and I'm Chris Paff. This meeting is recorded by Westwood Media Center and broadcast live on local cable television channel, Comcast Channel 12 and Verizon Channel 42. Meetings are also live on the Westwood Media Center's YouTube channel. If you're interested in joining the meeting via Zoom, you can find the login directions in the planning board meeting notice that's posted in the calendar section of the town's webpage at www.townhall.westwood.ma.us. We'll begin the meeting with only the board members and staff unmuted and on video. As the chair recognizes individuals to speak, we will unmute them. Board members may choose to mute themselves when they're not speaking in order to minimize background noise. For applications, the chair will first invite the applicant to address the board and give a presentation summarizing what is being requested. Board members received the application materials prior to the meeting and will have reviewed them. Board members may ask questions during and following the presentation. Staff and outside experts will provide comments to the board. If the issue includes a public hearing, the board will then proceed to the public comment portion of the public hearing and will restate the instructions. In this remote meeting format, residents and guests may participate in several ways. Attendees should raise their hand and wait to be unmuted and recognized to speak over the Zoom meeting application or from a telephone dial-up. We will be able to hear you but not see you. Additionally, comments may be submitted by regular or email or regular mail prior to the meeting. When we come to that part of the meeting, I will remind everyone of the process. Following the public comment portion, the board will deliberate and make a decision or continue the hearing to a specific future date. All remote meetings require that votes be taken by roll call. When a motion and second has been made, the chair will ask if there's any further discussion before proceeding to a roll call vote, and will then restate the results of the vote. Nora, do we have any changes to the agenda?
No changes to the agenda. I just have to ask Andrew to make me a co-host so that I can let in the Conservation Commission members.
You got it.
Thank you.
I don't know if you need to promote Pat Ahern either, Nora.
Yes, I'll do that.
Nora, while we're waiting, just to confirm, the first two items on our agenda will be a joint meeting with the Conservation Commission.
That's right.
Do we need to invite all of those members in?
Yes, I'm trying to move them over as panelists right now. So all Conservation Commission members, you should have received a request to join as a panelist. You have to accept that request.
And do we need to officially let them open their meeting?
Yes. Okay. So I think we're still waiting for a couple of those to join. So I see we have Deborah O'Day, Vesna Maniva, Stephen David, Todd Sullivan, which is a quorum. Was there anyone else that's here, Karen, that I'm missing?
It looks like Grace Weller is waiting to be let in.
Okay, let me get Grace. All right, Grace has been promoted. As soon as she's in, the Conservation Commission.
Nora, you also want to Elias Fairs?
I sent him a promotion. Elias, you have to accept the promotion. There we go. All right, so
is everyone here?
Chairman David, Would you like to call the Conservation Commission meeting to order?
Yes, Nora, thank you. Good evening. This is the special meeting joint session of the Conservation and Planning Board for September 20th, 2022. All members are here, available, and ready to begin the agenda. This would formally call the meeting to order.
Okay, thank you very much and welcome, Conservation Commission. Nora, what is first on our agenda tonight?
The first item on the agenda is the Hanlon Deerfield Elementary School, 790 Gay Street. And this comes before you as a request for a modification of the environmental impact and design review, limited environmental impact and design review that was previously issued and previously modified. The modifications that are requested tonight are for landscaping to address some accidental clear cutting that was done on the property, as well as for alterations or modifications to the drainage plan. So I can let in the applicants for that. I believe, looking to see who we have here. I think we have Rob Fitzgerald. And Rob can let me know who else is on his team. I believe Nicholas Brait is also among those. They'll be speaking about this. So I've promoted both of them. Rob, is there anyone else here that you need to have promoted to a panelist?
I don't see the list of, let me check the list of.
Is it Jeff Toma, Rob?
Toma.
Jeff Toma
Toma.
should be, yes. And Steve Ventresca, is he here yet?
Yes. All right, let me bring them both over, and I will also bring over our peer review consultants from Beta.
TJ DeHill is also here for the Hanlon project. He's representing the builder.
Okay. TJ, I'm promoting you as well. And Nicholas, you have to accept the promotion in order to come into the meeting.
Nick might just be listening in. We don't have to.
Okay.
We can go.
All right. Well, Rob, do you want to then start off and introduce the proposal?
Sure. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for having us on your agenda tonight. Along with me is Jeff Toma with DMLA. They're the landscape architects. Steve Ventresca is our civil engineer from Niche Engineering. TJ Dayhill is their project manager from Brait Builders. And Nicholas Brait is a site superintendent from Brait Builders as well. So thank you very much. Would you like me to just jump in and start?
Please.
Okay. I'm just going to share my screen here. So as I think many of you are aware, we are working on the Hanlon school construction project, and the site contractor began by clearing some trees for the school construction. As part of the tree clearing process, there is a fire access trail that needed to be cleared of trees to allow for relocation of the existing fire access trail. The existing fire access trail ran basically from the end of Laura Lane and through here, through the middle of where the proposed building is going. So we needed to cut a path around here, as all of you know. So this fire access trail, the width of the kind of wood chip or path area for the actual brush trucks was designated to be about 10 feet. And with some extra feet, number of feet on each side to allow, number one, some additional breathing room for the brush trucks and fire apparatus as they're working their way through the building or through the woods. But also, in the for the machinery that's creating the path, needing to have a few extra feet on each side. So as you can see, there is some space designated on our drawings on each side of the path. What happened was that the site subcontractor designated doing the wood cutting on the tree clearing went a little bit beyond the boundaries. And so as you can see in this sketch here, the gray hatch is the area where they should have was the extent of the proposed removal, and the blue line represents the kind of extended area beyond that they removed some trees. So when we found out about this, we immediately had our landscape architect go out to the site and walk the site with the contractor, and acknowledged and documented that that they did go beyond the limits designated, and we started to put together a plan to replace the trees that were cut down. In the meantime, the contractor went through and did a survey of the trees that were removed. So in this plan, you can see these little circles with a little X through them. These represent trees that are along the path that needed to get cut in order to get the pathway in there. The red circles, the larger circles, are trees that are outside of that boundary that should have remained. Now, in between each of these trees, are some saplings and other small brush. I'll show kind of an image. Let's see here. So here's a photo of the condition. So ideally, what should have happened is they would have cut basically up to this point, leaving about 4 feet on each side of the path. And so this extra piece is really what we're looking at here in terms of mitigation to address this issue. So when we look at the wooded area here, you can see this is just an example of the same exact area that was cut here. There are some larger trees and smaller trees, and then in amongst them are some small, tiny saplings. And as our landscape architect has kind of noted to us, and I'll allow anyone on our team to chime in as if I misspeak or if there's additional information that needs to be added. But essentially, the way the forest works is the stronger trees will grow, and some of these underlying trees will more or less either stay around the same size or some of them die off. But there was this sort of scrub brush and small trees in here amongst the larger trees. So getting back to the plan. So after we received this kind of documentation of the number of trees that were removed that were outside the boundary, we added up all of the inches from all of those trees and arrived at a number of about 260 inches of healthy trees removed. Amongst all of those, there was also about 92 inches of rotted trees. So we did also find, some trees that were rotted from the inside, or in poor condition anyway. And so there were some trees that needed to get removed regardless, as they would have created an unsafe condition. There were also some trees that were leaning over the path that would have been in the way of a brush truck, or would have fallen. So what we ended up doing is our landscape architect, you can see this sort of green shaded area right here. We designated a section of this and put together a proposed plan, kind of a typical approach or a layout for replicating what was there. So the primary trees in this forest are red oak and white pine. And so the approach is to come back in with a number of varying sizes of trees. So you can see down here the different size of each of the different types. We've got approximately 80 red oak and 60 white pine, totaling up with its calipers, totaling about 260 inches of replacement thickness of trees going back in. And the idea is to arrange them in a way so that they're a mix of smaller and larger trees, and oak and pine, sort of in a randomized but planned manner, so that it replicates the forest type of appearance. And then in addition to that, our landscape architect was proposing to put in to place 150 low bush blueberry plants. The blueberry bushes allow for that sort of scrub brush aspect of the woods to be replicated, but also adding a nice sort of value added component to this by integrating some blueberry bushes along this path that could not only be for residents as they walk by, but also any other wildlife in that area. So this was the approach. We reviewed this with the contractor, and it was more than they had anticipated, but we felt that it was an appropriate approach to replicate a fair and reasonable approach that our landscape architect felt that would achieve the intent of the Conservation Commission and the intent of what was lost. Well, I'd like to, I guess, open that up to any questions.
Thank you very much. I think this is a joint session, so what we'll do is we'll open up to planning board members who may have questions for the applicant. I'm having a hard time seeing everybody here. So if you, planning member, Ellen, I see you raising your hand.
Thanks. Two quick questions. I'm sorry, the chart went away, but there was one line with red oaks where it said something about number 7. Was that the circumference or is that the height? What was, sorry, yeah, what does number 7 mean there in that 35 red oaks?
Jeff, can you?
So number 7 is a size classification. It's a container size, so that's a smaller size. It's about a 1-inch caliper tree.
Okay, so that leads into my other comment, because I was going to comment on the 1-inch caliper white pines. I guess my only concern about anything under a 2-inch diameter is, I think there's a high likelihood they're going to get eaten. There's several deer parks in those woods, and I'm just not sure that a 1-inch diameter tree is going to be worthwhile, that it will survive. The 2-inch and above, I think, is solid. And I appreciate you taking the time to put this plan together. I see, I love that you're matching the types of trees, and the blueberries, I think, will be a nice addition. I have ones that have popped up randomly in my woods, and it's lovely. I think it's a good thing. But yeah, I do have concerns about the 1-inch caliper trees. So I don't know if there's any way to convert those, maybe not as many, but I would personally rather see fewer, but the right
Sure.
diameter rather than ones that are just going to get chomped. Or I'd like to see that there's a replacement plan if those 1-inch trees do get devoured before they have a chance to really grow.
Sure, that's a valid comment. You know, if deer are a real issue, and if you think 1-inch caliper trees will get eaten, then I think what I would recommend, you know, as this whole plan was developed on an caliper per caliper replacement. So if 10-inch calipers were removed, we're going to replace 10 inches, but 259 were removed. So this plan is calling for 260 caliper inches of trees to be replanted. And so what we would do is take those smaller trees that you don't think are suitable, you know, as long as we're all in agreement with that, then we would make them larger caliper trees, and there would be fewer of them, like 2-inch. If that's the lowest caliper diameter that you think would be acceptable, then I think that would be the fair and right thing to do.
That's just my opinion based on my experience, but I'm sure the Conservation Commission will have some thoughts on that as well. But I just wanted to that was the first thing that jumped out of me, aside from that I really like the overall distribution and the mix. And I know the white pines grow really quickly, so maybe they'll be okay. Like they grow like a foot a year or something crazy like that. The oaks are a little slower. So, but that's overall, I like the mitigation plan. I think it's appropriate and the right mix of plants and trees, and they're all native and match what's there. And I appreciate you taking the time to put this together. Thank you.
Sure. You know, we're trying to just replicate the natural woodlands. So the idea was to get a variety of sizes. And that's why we did the 1, 2, and 3-inch caliper. But I think as long as we do an inch per replacement, I think we'll be fine and still have a variety of sizes. So I hope that answers the questions.
It
Thank you,
does.
Ellen.
Thank you.
Any other planning board members with comments or questions for the applicant?
I do, Chris.
Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
So I guess first I want to sort of understand like who caught this oversight first. How did it come to your sort of attention?
Yeah, so we were walking on site and we're noticing that that the path was wider than expected, and I believe that that Brait had also noticed it at the same time. You know, we happened to be walking up there while they were doing the work, and so it was one of those things that just, you know, was observed, and people were notified, and they took a walk through to and confirm that that they had in fact gone out of bounds.
Yeah, because I was hearing a lot of sort of observation about that from residents as well. So I didn't know sort of who came to that determination first. And it sort of just makes me a little worried about the oversight of the project. If we're, you know, going out of bounds on this, what else are we like? That makes me a little concerned about the project as a whole. But I guess more specific to this part, the comments regarding the rotted trees or the trees that had to come up anyways, I feel like that's overstepping your rights in the project a little bit. I think the proper process here really would have been going back to the property owners to get approval to remove those trees and have us evaluate that. So I feel like it's a little bit out of bounds to make that determination on your own and then give yourself a discount on that. In terms of the project, oh, well, we shouldn't have to replace them because they were rotten. And then above and beyond that, like that also has a specific cost associated with that removal. It's not a ton, but there is a cost, right, to remove those trees that we incurred, right? I mean, you didn't discount that removal. So I guess that's my brain dump on that, so.
Yeah, I can just respond to a few of those things. Number one, you know, as you can imagine, whenever some sort of I don't want to say catastrophic event, but something, you know, that really seems out of whack. There's multiple things that happened in that instance to cause that situation. there was some miscommunication from the tree site subcontractors, miscommunication with them and the site sub who had actually been on the walkthrough and heard the verbal communication. And then the site super that was on the site at the time had swapped with someone else who wasn't normally there. And so it was just like one of these odd instances. And so, it shouldn't be a reflection on the overall project. We've had multiple meetings since then, both with the general contractor and the site subcontractor. And everyone is fully aware of the issue that it caused to the community, and have certainly expressed remorse for the situation. So I hope that this event is not looked badly upon to the rest of the team. I can assure you that there are many eyes on this project, and it was just a sort of a freak incident. But just regarding the rotted trees, this isn't something that Dorn Whittier is responsible for. This is the wood, the tree cutting site subcontractor that was doing the work, and there as a tree cutter and an arborist, their charge, when they're going through and cutting trees, is to make sure that it's a safe condition as they're removing trees. So if while they're removing the trees, they observe an unsafe condition that's going to cause a tree to fall into the pathway where the public is planning to go, we just can't allow for an unsafe condition in that instance. Now trees cut beyond the designated pathway, I'm totally on board with you and agree with you on. They shouldn't have touched anything beyond the designated pathway that's shown on the drawings, and they acknowledge that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kay, I know you have your hand up. I'm just going to ask one or make one follow-up question. So it's still incumbent as a safety professional for two things, right? We can't just say it was a freak accident. We need to figure out how to prevent other maybe more catastrophic issues from occurring, right? I don't believe in freak accidents. There's always causation. Whether in this case there was not enough oversight, not enough communication, you already identified some of the staffing issues. Those are all valid, right? But I want to make sure that we're preventing perhaps a worse thing from occurring in the future. And then in terms of like trees falling over in the public path or other safety concerns, there still needs to be clarification from the sub to the super for clearance, right? Like we can't say after, oh, we messed up, but there was these safety concerns that we didn't tell anybody about until after the fact. That doesn't fly. But thank you for your time.
Yeah, just to clarify, I'm not the contractor. I'm just speaking on behalf of the project. So yep. I totally hear you, and I know TJ on the call here hears you as well.
Yep.
So Rob, I just assume when it is my turn, if anybody needs anything from me, that I can dive in and give some responses to Josh. But if that's now, that's now. But if it wants to be later, I can encompass responses to anybody, all comments later.
Well, I think if you have something in addition to what's already been reflected to Mr. Ames' comments, we welcome them now. But if you think that it's been sufficiently answered, I think we can move on.
I would just add the point.
Okay.
The point that I would add that Rob didn't touch on is this particular operation is not an operation that can be witnessed as it's occurring, right? It's a massive operation where you're falling 100-foot trees substantially wide with a substantial umbrella that is coming down. So it's not something that you can witness real time to see that an overclearing or an error is occurring. So in that regard, it's an instance where, as Rob mentioned, communication ahead of time, there was a lapse there. That's the main error. And when we had our normal site super, two of our site supers, most of our company was at a funeral this particular day, so we had a substitute that day. Compounding the issue, the site contractor had a substitute. These all sound like excuses, but they are steps that led to this error. And in 99% of other exercises that happen, you can pick these errors up real time. But in this particular clearing event, you cannot. And so the question was, how did this get noticed? Well, as soon as it was complete, it was very apparent for everybody that walked out there, that was part of the pre-walks, that was part of that initial communication, that this was not what we had discussed. And so we immediately started to take steps and action on a mitigation plan and what we could do to, repair what was done in error. The question about, ownership of the trees, I think the ownership of these trees is within the bounds of the project. So Rob and the Compass team are within their jurisdiction to make the decision on what would come down and what's safe. And the arborist and the guy cutting down the trees out there, we'd be having there would be a different discussion if the trees that were rotted out at that basis that you can't tell from a walkthrough, if those were just left arbitrarily standing, they would be coming out anyway. And that's why they're discounted for what I feel is to be, they're appropriately discounted on the particular count that we've put forward. That was all I would got.
All right. Thank you. Kate, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. My question is, I just want to understand the what we looked at, that greened out section, and the cloudy green section. Is that the only place where planting will be done?
No.
That was just a sample of what would happen along the whole stretch.
Yeah, this is just trying to show, this is the entire area that would get the new mitigation trees. It was just shown to replicate what's shown in this sort of detail drawing, because we just did this sort of layout for this small section. So I was just trying to show that small section kind of represents this small section.
Excuse me, Rob.
That's helpful.
I think you need to reshare your screen, Rob.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had shared. Sorry about that.
Thanks.
So,
I just wanted to make sure you weren't going to do all the replanting clustered together in one spot.
I'm sorry. Let me just touch on this again while I have the screen here. So this green area here was just intended to represent this sort of area that's shown on here. So this is the layout, or let's say rough pattern, if you will, of the layout of the proposed trees in this small area, and that represents this area on this larger plan. So what's done here would be expected to extend, along this entire stretch.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kate. Any other planning board members with a question? I do have a couple myself, but I think everyone has had an opportunity. Phil, I haven't. If you don't have any, that's fine. There you are. Okay.
I'm listening to everybody.
Okay. I had just a couple questions. Some of the pictures you showed us indicated a number of stumps are still there. Are they going to be left there? Are they going to be ground or brought up to make room for the new plantings? What's happening with the stumps there?
Jeff, would you like to answer that?
So, sure. What we propose is to leave all the stumps in place. The last thing we want to do is disturb more of the existing organic layer that exists. So we're asking the contractor to leave all the stumps in place. And we will plant the new trees within and around those existing stumps and hopefully disturb as little more of the natural environment that's left remaining there. Because those roots in that soil will help maintain the structure of that environment that exists, and that's what we want to remain. So we're not removing any stumps.
Okay, Just to follow up to that, that seems like a reasonable approach. But are the presence of those established dumps creating a problem, fighting for territory, so to speak, with the new trees?
No.
Or no? Okay. Second question is, has it been determined by the arborist? They obviously did a catalog inventory of all trees that were felled. Were any found to be invasive species that happened to come down accidentally?
So my understanding is that they didn't classify the type of tree that was removed, just the caliper inches after the fact.
Okay.
So on the survey that we got before the project started, it didn't indicate all the trees within the woodlands. It's just not something that's typically done because there were so many acres of woodlands there. And
Okay.
so when I went out after the fact to look at, and before the project started and did a walk to see what was there, I determined that it was primarily a red oak and white pine woodland, which is a common stage of plant succession in New England for the old farms that were left to become these woodlands that we have today. This was a dairy farm back in the 1800s before it was left to naturally succeed into the woodlands that you see today. So the planting plan was based on what we see there now, but we did not catalog the species that were removed inadvertently.
Okay, thanks. And lastly, when the planning board requires a plant tree and plant plan as part of a project, we typically have some type of a replacement plan within a year. Nora, is that accurate? We usually require that any trees that or plants that die out within the year that were required as part of the plan be replaced. Is there a similar thought process going into these replacement trees?
Rob, did you want to talk to that, or TJ, or?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a warranty built into our specifications that calls for maintenance, a 1-year maintenance beyond the substantial completion date. So after the trees get planted, if any of them die off, they would be replaced.
Okay.
Just to clarify, the planning board's requirements, whenever they have a landscape plan that they approve, the plantings that are on that plan are expected to remain indefinitely. So we go out and look after a year to see if any are unhealthy while they're still under warranty. But if any die 3, 4, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, the expectation is that they would be replanted. We try to maintain the same type of growth for the history of the project.
Thank you, Nora. So I think that exhausts all planning board members with questions or comments. And at this point, I'll turn it over to conservation to continue with their questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stephen David, Chairman, on behalf of the Conservation Commission. I just wanted to give briefly some background of what we've done so far. On Saturday, we actually met at the site to conduct a site walk of the area that had been cut. Present at that walk was TJ from the builder. Jeff Toma was there. Nicholas Brait also attended. And I'm proud to say all my members were there as well. So I'd like to begin by saying that when my initial discussions with TJ on behalf of the builder, they were remorseful about what had happened. They took responsibility for it. And TJ actually expressed to me that the builder would adopt the plan that was presented by Jeff Toma, which you saw a brief subsection of what they intended to do. As we walked a lot and noticed the trees that were felled, there was a citizen of the town with us, Mr. Peter Schuler, who is a direct abutter. He had gone out previous to the walk and had identified with some red flagging the trees that had been taken down. And at that point, there seemed to be some discussion about how many trees were felled and the amount of the caliber of those trees, the size of the trees. And some of the members were concerned about whether or not the actual plan presented by Mr. Toma reflected the trees that had been taken down. In order to come to a consensus on behalf of the commission, we felt it prudent to have Beta go out, look at the area, count the trees, ensure that it matched the amount that the Mr. Toma had come up with, who had admitted he didn't really do it tree by tree, but sort of used a subsection to calculate approximately how many trees had been felled. In light of that, then we intend to go back at our next meeting, vote to have Beta go out there and basically come to a baseline, an accurate baseline, and then, you know, pretty much possibly adopt the plan. And if there's more trees than the plan possibly require the builder to either plant those excess trees in some other part of the project, contribute to the tree fund, and or something along those lines. And as a result of that, there seemed to be a consensus. I'm not suggesting in any way that TJ went along with what we intend to do, but we felt it prudent because there was some citizenry who were upset about the situation, to do an in-depth analysis so we could come back and really present what had happened and our suggestions on how that should be mitigated and remediated. So we were out there for a while, and again, it was a very informative meeting. I think the plan presented by Jeff addressed seriously what had occurred, and I think we felt there would be a good solution. But again, the thing that was bothering some of the members was the amount of the trees and how that was calculated, and we intend to address that at our next meeting. So having said that, if any of my members want to ask additional questions, since we have Mr. Fitzgerald here and some other folks, by all means, let's do that.
I have one question about the time. When's this gonna happen?
Well, just to address on behalf of the commission, we felt that there was some discussion about having the plantings happen right away. And for a number of reasons, we thought we should slow the process down. The first reason was we wanted to make sure how many trees were felled. The second reason, it's late in the season and we were concerned about the available stock that may be purchased at this time of year, and also the ability to put it in and install it during the growing season. So we felt that we wanted to take a step back, slow the process down, you know, get how many trees, get that all dialed in, and then, you know, next spring, you know, buy fresh stock, you know, install it in the spring, plenty of time to grow, better luck in getting everything mature, and you know, a better way to approach this project. So that was also discussed, and we're going to take it up at the next meeting. So we didn't feel there was a big need to push this to get it in by the end of the middle of October and rush the process, because the builders, you know, this isn't scheduled to open, I don't believe, until 2024. So we have plenty of time to do this area, which, you know, is obviously off the property a little bit, and not being used for any particular purpose now other than an access road.
Thank you.
In addition to the comments made by the chair, I would like to emphasize that the count that we're proposing by Beta, I would like that to include the trees that are claimed to be rotted, and the trees that were removed for the safety reasons mentioned before. I agree with the comments by Josh, and I think that any tree removed that was not on the original plan should be considered erroneous and should be included in our final caliper count. I would also like to comment that any trees that are beyond the appropriate distribution in the mitigation plan, I'd like to emphasize that we should still include those in our final caliper count, and in order to avoid overstuffing the area, we should definitely consider leave those up to the decision of the town and other locations in which those could be planted or added to the tree fund. I would also be interested in considering a fine that could be added in addition to any mitigation plan, and would be interested in speaking with the town general counsel about that.
Thank you, Grace. Anyone else that from the Conservation Commission would like to comment about this subject?
Yeah, I'll add in. I agree with the comments that have been stated so far. I think our main concern with having Beta come in and do an independent inventory is to get a good read on the total caliper of what was removed inadvertently. We have two different sets of numbers, the number provided in the proposed plan and a different number, a much higher number that the resident mentioned earlier provided to us. And I don't know which number is correct, but we certainly want to make sure that we are replacing inch for inch the trees that were removed inadvertently in this operation. So I think it's prudent for us as a town to make sure we figure that out before we move forward with the mitigation plan.
Stephen, I just wanted to chime in. I want to voice support for Grace and Deborah's comments, and yours as far as going forward.
Yeah, I think this is precisely the reason why I think there was a consensus to sort of slow this down and get Beta to give us that baseline so we can address remediation and mitigation. So does anyone else want to comment in addition to Todd?
Yeah, I'd like to comment in support of the proposed mitigation plan. I also support the suggestion that was made by the planning board member to avoid such a small saplings due to the hazard of deer browsing. And I also think that establishing the baseline of what was actually removed is important. I think it sets a little bit of sends a message as well that we are not going to let this slide very without proper compensation to the town for the damage that was done to our natural resources.
Thank you, Vesna. Anyone else?
Chris?
So Chris,
Sorry.
I think that exhausts the comments from our board. As I said to you, we intend to go back at our next meeting, or possibly this meeting, I think, and vote in our session to to get Beta involved and start that process as we've articulated.
All right.
Chris, can
Thank you very much.
John Cummings?
Hello, John.
I apologize. I was out on another board meeting and I missed everything that's been said to this point. I hope that we have allowing the plan to go in place. I know there was a question a number of the trees. Ray Brothers had a GPS topography guy go out and mark each tree. I went out and counted every tree and took a picture of every tree. And I apologize if I'm rehashing everything that people have gone through. To the specs, as you know, there was supposed to be a 20-foot road put in, or a 20-foot path put in, a new fire access road. When we walked the trail, we walked through the woods that was clearly delineated by red stakes and red lines. The chief had asked, Chief Jackers had asked that what he really wanted was to make sure that there was a 10-foot path, that all the stumps and all the trees had been removed from the path. That wasn't to say that there wasn't supposed to be a 20-foot clearing for the road, but that he was asking them to de-stump and de-stone and then take some of the wood chips, 2 or 3 inches of wood chips. So when you walk that path now, you're walking on a 10-foot path a 10 to 12 foot path that Chief Deckers had asked them to de-stump, de-stone, and chip. So that's why there's sometimes a little bit of confusion about what's supposed to be in place. There was always supposed to be a 20-foot cutting. If you go with a 20-foot cutting, there's 24 trees that are 3 or 4 inches or bigger. There were 3 trees that were 30 inches, or a considerable tree, 30 inches. One of them was rotted at least 2/3, and based upon the position of the tree and my having walked that path for 15 years every day, that tree was actually down. I think the guy cleared it out. But even if we count that as one of the 24 trees, they took down 24 trees that they weren't supposed to. The other ones were supposed to all come out because of the 20-foot path. Then they also took the stumps out and the stones out and chipped a 10 to 12 foot wide path for the fire apparatus so that they wouldn't get any flat tires when they went in through the new path. And I hope that that's helpful. And if not, I apologize. But I hope that we put some kind of plan in to put the new growth back in, the bushes and trees that the landscape architect had come up with. Seemed like a pretty decent plan.
Thank you very much. Grace, do you have your hand up?
I do, yes, I have a question. I did try to look for the contract on the website, and I saw a lot of web documents linked there, but I was unable to find what was the original plan for the lumber harvested for the trees that were supposed to come down.
What do you mean by lumber plan?
What happened to the trees after they were cut down? Were they sold for lumber? Did all of them go into the wood chips?
I don't know. TJ, do you have a response for that?
Sorry, trying to kick my children out of the room. No, the majority of those trees, I mean, I couldn't tell you accurately how many were used to chip and line the road, but John, as you know, and Rob, obviously, you guys are aware of the substantial amount of clearing that was done over there. And that work was, the harvesting of those trees was all done by the site contractor and their tree clearing division. They take those trees and, they utilize them, whether they sell them for timber or however they contract in to sell them or use them is their prerogative, and it's built into, our overall cost.
So the cost of buying all the new trees and planting them is substantially more than what they would receive for receiving this lumber. I don't know if you guys are aware of what the value is of the proposed scope of work. Maybe TJ, you got a price on it. Maybe you can share that with the group.
Yeah. I would call it an informal number. It doesn't have everything baked in, but for us to implement the plan that Jeff has put forward, it would cost, I would say, $100,000. The cost of the trees and planting them and furnishing them, not including any maintenance, is $80,000, and then you could factor in a handful of other things. So that plan is not without a significant cost to the contractor who made the error.
Thank you. I think that partially answers my question. Mr. Chair, I would like to add into the record that I am in favor of considering the financial amount in addition to the trees that were removed, and we can assume sold for lumber, as there is a high value for lumber at the time. And I think it would be worth adding this fine, both as justice to the town and also as a deterrent for any other contractor who is looking to harvest a few extra trees on the side. And I don't want to say get away with it, but receive minimal fines in response.
All right, thank you. Are there any other members from the commission or the planning board with additional questions, comments, follow-ups? Josh, you raise your hand. Sorry. Okay. Nora is, I've been hearing that Beta has chimed in. Is there anyone from Beta here to give a report or a synopsis of the report?
We have Phil Paradis here. I don't know, Phil, if this is a project that you've been involved in.
I did not review the tree change. Certainly we can if that's the board, the commission's desire, but we have not reviewed that part.
Okay, thank you, Phil. All right, exhausting all questions and comments from people as panelists. Nor would it be appropriate to go out to public comment questions?
Yes, yes, and there are some questions in the Q&A or
I
comments.
saw that, yeah, typed in. First one was from Vesna, and I think we've rectified that. Sue Kelly, who I think later identified as Peter Schulerand, basically says, I support this mitigation plan and thank everyone involved for getting a good tree replacement plan in place. The next was from Fran Fusco. Weren't the trees marked that were to be taken down? I understand there was always to be a consistent supervision over this project. I don't feel planting a few replacement saplings for larger trees that were taken down is enough mitigation. It would take many years to get the growth to where it was before the destruction. The town has paid the contractor for tree removal. Shouldn't we be reimbursed for the entire tree removal? And I believe what is before us and what has been discussed was a replacement plan, and that it sounds like the conservation is in agreement with. Stephen, correct me if I'm wrong there. I don't want to mischaracterize.
Truthfully, I mean, myself, I don't think my members have reviewed the contractual. I think that's more up to town council whether there's an additional remedy. My board has a consensus on a remediation plan. The depth of the plan is what we were concerned about. In other words, is that enough? And when Peter Schuler went out there and planted those flags, he actually counted 131 trees, albeit most of that number was a smaller caliper. But we want Beta to go out. I think we agreed that any caliper tree over 4 inches, 4 inches or more would be counted, and that's pretty much where we're at, because there is a difference of opinion as to, with the builder and us as to how many trees, although I think Jeff's plan went over and above the builder's count. We just want to be accurate. We want to be able to tell the public that this is, an engineer counted them, this is a remediation plan, and I think this compensates the town. Having discussed the fine issue that Grace raised, we intend to do that at either tonight or at our next meeting. But again, I felt that slowing this down gets a better result rather than rushing it through, and considering the time of year for planting, that's how we arrived at our consensus.
All right. Thanks for clarifying. I didn't want to misrepresent your thoughts or comments. Next, I have Kathy Wallace of 283 Farm Lane. She said, I like the follow-up by the Conservation Commission to clarify the number of trees. I'm hearing that saplings may have been cut but not considered to be significant or included in the count. Yet we are being asked to accept 1-inch trees that I would consider to be saplings. I request, as mentioned by a planning board member, that trees be a 2-inch minimum or more. Kathy Wallace, thank you for your comments. So essentially, more to come on this. This is not going to be decided this evening. We still have to have Beta do their work with the trees, and conservation needs to weigh in on all available data and then come to a decision. And the planning board awaits that decision as well. Stephen, any other comments or questions?
No, and I think I just want to reiterate that the builder, it was very, very cooperative, and Jeff is very committed to making this look like it was and possibly even better. So I think there's a lot of good faith going around. I mean, it was a mistake. And we're all, you know, we all wanted to be fixed and to look good. And that's a good motive to have in getting this done. So.
Yeah, I agree. It's an unfortunate mistake that happened, but we can't turn back time. All we can do is move forward and fix this. And I feel confident that your commission will look at this in a very scrutinizing fashion and represent us as best as possible.
Appreciate that. We will.
Rob, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. I guess there was a couple comments about, you know, the size of the trees that are being proposed to go back in. And I was wondering, maybe Jeff, if you can just explain why we're not going back in with, you know, 10 or 12 or 15 or larger size trees.
Sure. Well, in general, very large trees, because we were asked originally if we could plant the same size trees that were removed, you know, when we were talking about 30-inch, 20-inch caliper trees. But in general, planting smaller caliper trees, the smaller caliper trees have a much better chance at thriving when planted than a larger caliper tree, simply because they have a larger root mass compared to the amount of, you know, leaves that get supported by that root mass. So if you planted a really large caliper tree, it just wouldn't thrive and wouldn't grow. And eventually even the smaller caliper tree will surpass the larger caliper tree in growth because it's so much healthier and thrives when it's planted. Now, what that didn't take into consideration is at some point, you know, you have a herd of deer that are really hungry in the winter and they're going to start eating any kind of vegetation they can find. And so if people in the area have experience with deer that are eating small plants, which I've heard since we did the walk, then we could certainly consider, you know, what they recommend as a 2-inch caliper and above for the tree mitigation plan. So, you know, I just want to plant trees, and we had smaller caliper trees in mind because really that's the way to do a woodland replication from my experience.
Okay, thank you. Next, I see a hand raised belonging to Nancy Hyde. Nancy?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I just want to say that the Permanent Building Committee deals with the contract. And I think Concom's input on the tree situation and the calipers and everything will be great. But I think the PBC will deal with the terms of the contract and whether or not a penalty would be appropriate. So I don't think the Concom needs to be worried about that.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Kate,
So,
you have a
Mr. Chair,
question?
the modification
Sorry.
plan, the modification request that's before you is partly for this tree restoration and partly for modifications to the utility plan. I don't know if the
Right.
Conservation Commission is also interested in weighing in on that, but perhaps at this stage, it would be appropriate for Rob to speak to the drainage modifications.
Are you feeling we've exhausted this topic?
No,
We need to move on
when
to
you're
drainage?
finished. I just don't want you to think
Okay.
that this is the
No, I
only
knew
topic.
no, I'm sorry. Yes, I knew we did have another.
Nora, do you think we should, do we need to hang on for this, or do we go in a different session to, I thought we had one other matter that we needed to deal with jointly with the planning board this evening.
You do. So this planning board discussion item is two-part. It's both the drainage changes and
No, I
the
understand. So should we
tree,
just hang
which
on until that's over?
yeah, just hang on, and you may want to participate in that discussion as well. But I think that there are a couple of more board member comments on the tree issue. I just don't want you to forget that the drainage issue has to be discussed as well.
I understand. Thank you.
All right. Kate,
Thank you. I do appreciate them. I'll keep it really quick. So the mitigation trees that we're considering planting, I just want to understand a year later, when we look back, should those trees be eaten by a deer, do they get replaced?
Generally, there's a guarantee for trees, but I don't think that the guarantee we can't ask the contractor to replace trees that are eaten by the deer. So I think we have to come to an agreement on what kind of warranty and guarantee this mitigation plan is going to get.
Thank you.
That'll be part of the process.
Phil.
I just have one quick question, because obviously smaller trees are cheaper than larger trees. And it would be obviously in the interest of the contractor to have smaller trees as compared to larger trees, but obviously the town's interest is to have larger trees. It would be useful also to have the information on a, per size basis, per something that gives us the ability to evaluate. Clearly it would be costlier for a replacement of a very substantial tree, but then at the same time, where we're talking perhaps not a replacement of deer-eaten trees or other things, I would hope that somehow we could also get that information, just so we can kind of evaluate what, separate from numbers, what we are talking about in terms of replacement.
So I might add that as a landscape architect, I do a lot of tree mitigation planting, and I've worked with almost every community in the eastern part of Massachusetts. And generally speaking, there's an inch-to-inch replacement value for trees that are removed within certain areas, and need to be replaced. And that's what we're doing here, which is sort of standard practice for tree mitigation. It's not like we're recreating the wheel, but this is what's done in almost every other town. Now, they're a little bit different here and there in terms of what's the size tree that we're going to require mitigation for. Is it 4 inches and up? Is it 6 inches and up? Things like that. And that's what the Conservation Commission is trying to decide at this point at their next meeting. But generally speaking, yeah, it is less expensive for a 1-inch tree than a 10-inch tree. But what we're saying is if there's a 10-inch tree removed, we're going to give you 10 1-inch trees or 5 2-inch trees. And the thought process is that there's a similar value associated with inch caliper. Now, it's hard to put a price on a mature 30-inch tree. So, that's, a philosophical thing, but it's almost not impossible, but it's not practical within practical means to go ahead and replace a 30-inch caliper tree with another 30-inch caliper tree.
But
so this is sort of a standard method. And if you want to revise that method, by all means, that's what we're here to discuss tonight.
But even accepting that as a standard practice, you would agree with me this is atypical and it is contrary to the standard practice. So that may mean that an atypical solution may need to be considered. Secondarily, I don't know that a 2-inch by 5 for lots of 2 inches, when you're looking at a 10, necessarily is the equivalent cost. In fact, as a layperson, my understanding is it's not the same cost. It would be a significant savings, but that is in some respects to the detriment of the town. I just think we should have that information available to us so we can fully evaluate what we're
Understood.
talking.
Sure, you should have all the information that you need to make a good decision. I agree. I just wanted to add my professional opinion based on my experience doing similar types of things. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We did have one more comment typed in the Q&A from Joe Previtera. He said, "Thank you, Jeff. Good presentation." I want to make sure everyone who has an opportunity who'd like to talk, and actually Joe has his hand raised. Not sure if that was before he typed or after, but we'll allow him to speak now.
Okay, he's been unmuted. Or you've been invited to speak. You must unmute.
How's that, Nora? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you. Thank you.
Jeff, I think you've done a great job. I just wanted to make sure the clarification that if the trees do interest the deer in the area, let's say after 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, steps can be taken to prevent further damage. And I'd really appreciate you, Jeff, making sure steps are taken to prevent further damage, and let's protect these trees that were planted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And there are measures that can be taken to help prevent deer damage. So and certainly we can add that to the plan. You can put PVC tubes around the trunks of the trees. You can put up some type of deer fencing. You could put there are deer deterrents, but as you know, living in New England, the hungrier the deer are, the less likely or the less effective any kind of deterrents are for them.
I just wanted to make sure there was some sort of step taken to prevent further damage.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Chris.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay. Again, I want to give everyone an opportunity who would like to weigh in or ask questions. So I'll just wait another moment, see if anyone wants to type anything or raise their hand before we move on to the drainage issue. Okay. I don't see any additional comments. So Nora, can you give us we'll move on to the drainage aspect of this hearing. So can you give us a brief synopsis or a description of what's happening here?
Yeah, just before we go that, it looks like Grace Weller has her hand raised.
Oh, my apologies, Grace. I didn't see that. Go ahead.
All right. I have to leave, so if there won't be a vote or anything, I hope it's okay if I duck out before the second item.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so perhaps Rob can give an introduction of the drainage changes. It's my understanding that the changes are at the request of our DPW department and their consultant.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce Stephen Tresca, our civil engineer with engineering. I want to give a little overview.
Sure. Actually, Rob, do you mind if I share screen? Because I just want to show what was previously approved, and then we'll go to this one, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's great.
So good
While
evening.
you're bringing this up,
Sure.
Hi, I'm sorry. Do you have a locus? I'm not sure exactly. In reading the reports today, I couldn't discern exactly where we were talking about.
So I'm gonna, if you can see my screen, I'm gonna zoom out.
Yeah. Okay, I see now.
So now you can see Gay Street is to the right here.
Yes.
Sorry, let me introduce myself. Stephen Tresca with Niche Engineering, registered professional engineer in Massachusetts. So we'd previously been in front of both the planning board and the commission to discuss stormwater over the past few months. And so when we amended, I think back in July, maybe it was in June, documents went out for bid, and then we subsequently, as typical for construction projects, we start to get questions and RFIs or requests for information from contractor about certain aspects. And in this case, it's about the drainage in one particular location. So again, I'll just orient. So Gay Street is to the right on this view. This is the area of the the existing school is just off the page here. You can see a little bit here, and that's grayed out. This is the location of the future soccer field, and additional, it's just a soccer field. And then I'm going to call it the horseshoe road that comes out. So the entrance drive, it goes off the page here, and then it comes down to the south and reconnects with Gay Street. The proposed school is again off the page here to the left, and then the parking is in this location here and in this location here. And so what we received from the contractor was a question about this, and this is very specific. We're looking at bioretention B1. What we had proposed when we were approved previously was a catch basin that then had a pipe to with a sump, and then a pipe to a drain manhole, which also had a 4-foot sump, and then an outlet to the bioretention system where the stormwater would then infiltrate. And the reason why we did this, because at the time we were looking to provide pre-treatment for the stormwater. In this case, if you do 2 sumps, you get the 44% pre-treatment that's required for rapidly infiltrating soils, which is what we have on this site, and then discharge to the bioretention system. This was reviewed by Beta Engineering, and they were okay with this setup. The question from the contractor was the constructability of it and the shallowness of the pipe, especially here, and then the outlet here. and not being able to make the rim to invert heights and putting the pipe in appropriately. So when I looked at this question, the idea was to use a newer treatment system, which is this Rain Guardian turret right here. And what happens is, and I'm going to go to the plan here. What happens is the same situation is just moving the water differently, where before we had a catch basin at this location, we now have what's called a curb inlet, and it goes to this Rain Guardian, which has a grate on top. And then it has a sump on the bottom, a little bit of a sump, not very deep, maybe 18 inches or so. And then there's an outlet that comes out, that spills out into this riprap and then down to the bioretention system. So essentially doing the same as this, where we had a little bit, not as elegant, I think, a catch basin going to a drain manhole and then outletting to the bioretention system. This is a little bit more straightforward if you look at it in a section view. So if you're standing here and you're looking to the left, you can see water comes in through the gutter line, goes into the top of this grate here, falls down through the grate. It captures larger particles, or larger, I should say, leaves, debris, etc. In this location here, you get a little bit more filtering happening. And then the outlet comes out through this piece here and through the stone. This is a little bit incorrect as far as the depth of the stone. It should be like this, but essentially doing the same thing, where the water then flows down through here and into the bioretention system. And so the reason why we didn't do this initially, when we did this with Beta, in all honesty, because we didn't know, or I didn't realize that there was testing behind this that provided the total suspended solids, or the pre-treatment that we were looking for under the stormwater handbook. And subsequently, our company, with Beta reviewed other projects that we were working on, and suggested the use of this Rain Guardian system, and provided the backup for that treatment that a third party had done, I think in this case, at University of Minnesota. And so that's been approved by other conservation commissions and planning boards. And given the request for information from the contractor, and the constructability of what we had initially provided to the board, we felt that this treatment, or this method to move stormwater into the bioretention, provided appropriate pre-treatment based on the third-party study, met the stormwater requirements for the project, and also was previously reviewed and okayed by Beta in other municipalities. So that's why we are requesting this amendment to the drainage in this location, and it's only in this location. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, or more clarification.
Chris, you're muted.
Sorry, didn't realize I mute myself. Is Phil here to speak on this issue?
I am.
Or no? Okay. I think it'd be appropriate just to hear comments from Beta, and then we can move to questions from board members and commission members.
So so this application is actually I think it would be considered an improvement. Instead of maintaining two structures, you've got one structure. It actually provides even higher total suspended solids removal, and like Steve said, we've used this in other municipalities, and I think it would be much easier for DPW to maintain this than two separate structures. Having said that, I do want the edits to this detail, as was described in the presentation, and also it should be added to the O&M plan, just to update that, so that the town knows how to maintain it. So other than that, I think this is actually an improvement.
All right. Thank you, Phil. Nora, you mentioned DPW. Do we have a comment from them?
The staff comment that the DPW put into the application was that DPW recommends approval of the proposed modifications.
Okay, thank you. I'll put it out to planning board members for comments or questions. Ellen?
My question is actually not directly about this, but since we're talking about landscaping plans and utilities, I figured now's a good time to ask since we have everyone here. I'm hearing from some folks that there's some questions about where the main water line is due to go would require taking down some of that line of trees that's left that kind of is providing a buffer between, you know, the woods and or what's left of that area of the woods and where the school is going to go. And I was wondering if we could get some clarification on, is that where the water line is going to go? Will those trees need to come down? What is the real story?
So if I can, Robin, you can correct me if I say this. You'll just correct me. So initially, we had the water line going through here, and I think subsequently, based on the previous discussion, there was again another RFI from the contractor cognizant of the tree removals and in the area on the site, and so we actually revised the water line location to go around this area where we're protecting trees. So now the water line goes, and I'll crudely draw it in. And we have a plan that shows this change. It does something like this now. So it goes around, and I'll make that a little bit easier to read, but it goes around that location.
I have it up on my screen.
Oh, do you? I'll stop. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So this was an ASI that was issued, so you can see the clouded area here showing the removal of the water line and the sewer line from those locations. And these are the clouded areas showing the revised routing of the water and the sewer line. So those are going around this the mature tree area here. So those are there's no passage through those mature trees now.
Excellent. So if I understand, those trees do not need to be disturbed to put in those utilities.
Correct.
That's great. I just wanted to bring that up because as we're seeing, not just the trees that were moved erroneously, I think a lot of people didn't understand what 9 acres was going to look like until 9 acres was empty. So if there was going to be an additional cut of some of the trees that people are now used to looking at, I figured it was better to kind of set that expectation before the trees came down if they were going to, rather than have people be surprised after. So thank you for that. And I'm also really glad to hear that you don't need to touch those mature trees, because I think it is nice we talk about a school in the woods. It's nice to have some woods between the school and the field. So thank you for making that change.
Yep.
Thank you, Ellen. Any other planning board members with questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Oh, sorry.
Hey, no problem.
Yes.
I actually just wanted to understand at the bottom of that map, closer to where you're putting that new water line, is a wetlands boundary, correct?
Correct,
Yes.
but we're outside that buffer.
Okay, I just couldn't see in the map. But do we think that we need to review that excavation there or anything with the increased? No.
I don't think so, because you're actually you have some of the driveway and you have some grading, contouring, and the some drainage and electrical utilities just within the buffer. So that's going to have more disturbance than this line. And we've set up erosion controls, of course, to mitigate any sediment from leaving the work. Yeah, the work area. Yeah.
All right.
You could. Yep. That's a good question.
Thank you, Josh. Any other planning board members? Okay, Stephen, at this time, we'll hand it over to conservation. Any thoughts or questions you may have?
I don't have any, but if some of the members might. So,
okay.
Anyone who wants to comment should do so now.
Stephen, I'm going to voice support for and the town's DPW. Seems like they've looked it over and there's consensus that it's an easy repair, or easy change, I should say, modification.
Thanks, Todd. Anyone else?
Yeah, just a quick technical question. Looked like the plan and the section were helpful. The detail was clear. However, on the plan, it looked like that the slope in the bioretention area is pretty steep. Looked like 2-to-1 slope. Could you just confirm what the slope was? Just the concern is that the detail was showing the slope pretty shallow, and 2-to-1 slope, the erosion potential with that detail is much higher.
It's a 3-to-1 slope. Jeff, I'm going to measure it right now. It looks like a 3-to-1 slope, and Jeff can correct me.
I'm pretty sure all the slopes on site are 3-to-1 or less.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I thought. And that's why we have the riprap there too, to dissipate the energy of the water as it goes through. Yeah, that's a 3-to-1. I'm just measuring it now. Yeah.
Right, and another, I mean, I think an improvement to that detail might be right now you're tapering from 6 inches to 0. Maybe you want to kind of carry a little bit more thickness even at the bottom, because that's where
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep washing off. That's all. Technical.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
There is one comment in the Q&A.
Yeah, I did see that. From Joe Prevotera. Sorry, Joe Prevotera says rain gardens are a terrific idea. Well done. Okay.
I'm gonna steal Joe and bring him to other of my projects, if that's okay.
Seems like a little bit of a plant there for you. Kidding. Kidding. Okay. So we've heard from all conservation members interested in speaking and planning board members interested as well. Nora, next steps?
Well, if the board feels like it's prepared to vote on the drainage changes, you could do that at this meeting so that we could issue the modification and they could go forward with making these changes. You could word your modification in a way that requires them to come back for the landscape revisions, but allows for the utility plan revisions to go forward. However, if you are interested in doing that, the first step you'd have to do is determine that the proposed changes are minor modifications. I can show you the 2 proposed motions. I can just share my screen.
So I guess the first order of business, regardless, would be to determine as a board if we think this to be minor versus major in nature.
And this is the drainage.
Just the drainage aspect of this. So if we deem it major, it changes things significantly, correct?
It does.
Yeah.
So if you consider it not to be a minor change, then we would need to advertise this for a public hearing.
Right.
So I can make a motion.
I think Nora was trying to bring up the motion language.
I am trying to
Is that
bring it
right?
up.
Okay.
I'm on a, tell me if you can see this. Let me just, having trouble getting it to share here. Can you see that screen or? No, I don't think you can.
Only in the reflection of your glasses.
Okay, that's not working then.
But I can't read that.
All right. Let me see.
Did you send us language? Do you have it?
Yeah.
I did, but I think that because the original motion that I had sent you was assuming that you would approve both the landscape changes and the utility changes. So I'd want to alter that. If I could have it, if I read it to you, would that be sufficient so that you can consider it? This would also take into account the comments that Phil Paradis made. So let's first start with the motion to consider the minor modification. We would need a motion from a member who would say, I move that the planning board find the proposed utility plan modifications to the environmental impact and design review approval for the Hanlon Deerfield Elementary School project to be minor in nature. So if someone would like to make
someone
that
can
motion.
adopt that as their motion.
And just say so moved.
Well,
Yes.
I adopt that as my motion.
I adopt that as my motion.
And then we would need a second to that motion.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the drainage issue? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote to see if this is a minor modification. Ellen,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Phil,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. So
Great.
it is considered minor.
All right, now this one is a little bit longer, so let me read to you a proposed motion for modification of the limited EIDR approval. I move that the planning board grant the proposed utility plan modifications to the limited environmental impact design review approval for the Hanlon Deerfield Elementary School project as described in the application therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on September 15th, 2022, subject to the following conditions. 1, except as modified by the conditions and findings hereof, the project shall comply with the project plans and with the conditions of all prior approvals in all respects, and the applicant shall pursue completion of the project with reasonable diligence and continuity. 2, the applicant shall submit a final revised plan set, including civil site plans and architectural design plans, revised to incorporate all approved modifications in PDF format. Said plan set shall include a properly revised detail for the proposed rain guardian discharge area and shall be submitted to the town planner for the planning board's file. 3, the applicant shall revise the operations and maintenance plan to reflect the proposed utility plan changes and shall submit the revised operation and maintenance plan for review and approval by the town planner. 4, if the project or any condition imposed in this decision requires permit, license, or other approval from any board or commission, including the Westwood Conservation Commission, Westwood Zoning Board of Appeals, Westwood Select Board, or any other agency of the town of Westwood, or any regulatory agency of the Commonwealth or the federal government, the applicant shall make an appropriate application for the same. If any condition of such permit, license, or other approval from any other board, committee, or agency is inconsistent with this decision, the applicant shall make application to the planning board for an amendment of this decision, and the planning board shall consider such application in accordance with the requirements of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, and all applicable planning board rules and regulations. 5, a revised landscape restoration plan shall be submitted for further review and approval at by the planning board at a future meeting. And 6, a copy of this decision and the project plans shall be kept on the project site at all times during construction. Would anyone like to adopt that motion?
That is my motion.
And a second?
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please don't ask Nora to read that again. It's quite lengthy. All right, we'll take a roll call vote. Ellen.
Aye.
Josh.
Aye.
Kate.
Aye.
Phil.
Aye.
I vote aye also. Okay. Nora, does conservation need to weigh in on this?
Yes, so the next application is a public hearing. This is a planning board
okay.
public hearing for, I'm sorry, on that application, I don't believe.
Yeah,
the
that's what
Conservation Commission- I don't believe.
Continue it, Nora.
We need to, we have to
You have
continue
to
it.
move to continue it, Nora.
Okay, it's not a public hearing. It was just a discussion item.
Which
The
one?
Hanlon School project?
The Hanlon School
The
discussion.
The Hanlon School project was a discussion item as a minor modification and was not a public hearing. But
Okay.
if the Conservation Commission wishes to continue it nonetheless, please go right ahead.
Well, Karen, should we continue that subject to our October 12th meeting? Is that
I think
something-
you should continue it to your October 12th meeting at 7 o'clock.
So the chair would be looking for a motion to, the chair will make a motion to continue the discussion relative to the Hanlon Elementary School project, tree removal, to October 12th, 2022.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Karen, would you call the roll? Any further discussion relative from the other members? Hearing none, Karen, would you call the roll, please?
Deborah O'Day,
Aye.
Vesna Maneva. You're on mute, Vesna.
Aye. Aye.
Todd Sullivan,
Aye.
Stephen David.
Aye. Thank you, Chris. I think that resolves our part of
Okay.
the meeting this evening.
All right, thank you very much. So we don't need to continue that, right, Nora?
We
We're
do not,
closing it.
no.
Okay.
No, you're all set with
Um,
that. So then your next agenda item is a public hearing, and this is a continued public hearing for environmental impact and design review. I'm sorry, before we continue, it looks like there's a hand raised from Rob
Oh, I
Fitzgerald.
didn't see that. Sorry, Rob.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to get clarification. There's the Concom is getting a continuation on the tree mitigation. Is the planning board planning to meet with them as well, or is this not needed for the planning board? It's strictly a Concom issue moving forward.
So I think that if I understand it correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, after the Conservation Commission works out the details of what they would accept for the landscape restoration, you would still need another minor modification to your plan, and you would come back to the planning board to request that. The planning board is not in a position to vote on this modification until they see the revised landscape restoration plan.
I believe
Okay.
she's correct.
Okay, so we'll go before the Concom on the October 12th, get the recommendation that the Concom decides, and then schedule a planning board hearing after that. Is that right?
Yes, and the planning board has a meeting. It wouldn't be a hearing. It would be another consideration of a
discussion.
minor modification. And the planning board has their next meeting on October 25th. So that would be after the Conservation Commission. And that shouldn't be a problem if the actual restoration isn't until spring. That shouldn't cause you any delay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And you don't have anything further for myself or anyone from our team for tonight?
No, we don't.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
All right, so this is a continuation of a public hearing for environmental impact and design review approval for a proposed gas station and convenience store redevelopment at 394 and 396 University, 394 and 396 Providence Highway. And this was continued from your September 6th planning board meeting. The Conservation Commission also has a hearing open on the same matter that they continued from their September 14th hearing, I believe. So if the planning board could reopen its hearing and then the Conservation Commission can reopen their hearing, I will bring in the applicants and their representatives.
We're continued from September 6th, right?
You are, yes.
Okay. Then I'll declare our hearing to be open for 394, 396 Providence Highway application.
Likewise, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Conservation Commission, we would reopen our hearing for this evening.
Okay.
So now I have brought over the applicant's representative, Michael Brown. I believe I have a representative from Dupree as well. We have our Beta representatives, Phil Paradis, and is there anyone else that I need to bring over for this?
Nora, if you wouldn't mind promoting Sean Kelly as well from Vanass and Associates.
Yes. I'll do that. And we also have Tyler DeRuiter from Beta.
And if you could also bring Larry Coburn, should be in the audience as well.
Yes.
That's it from my side.
Okay, Larry should be joining us. All right, so do you want to pick up where we left off with your Conservation Commission hearing last week and with the Planning Board hearing last month?
Sure, yeah. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for meeting here jointly. We were before the Conservation Commission last week, and we were before the Planning Board in August. Since the Planning Board meeting, we've met with Beta a couple of times. We've narrowed all of our issues. We've submitted our earth materials movement application. We believe that we've now resolved all of the issues that Beta had identified in its report. There are a few items that we're going to need relief from the zoning board on, and we've separated those out. There are another few items that we're seeking a waiver on, but we think they're relatively minor, and we think that aside from those, we've really resolved all the issues. And so I'm happy to proceed however the board would prefer. I can start with those issues that I think we can separate and save for the zoning board. I can touch on the waivers, or we can hear from Beta about their work with our engineers on their issues.
I think I'd like to hear from you first, and then we'll hear from Beta, and then we'll give the commission and the board opportunities to ask questions to everything that's been presented.
Absolutely. And so this is a bit of a recap, but as far as the items in Beta's report that we're going to hold over for the zoning board, they are as follows. We know that we need a special permit for some of the uses, motor vehicle light service being one and drive-through service being another. We know that we're going to need special permits for the signage. There are two additional items that we may or may not need a special permit for, but either way will require determination in the zoning board process. And that has to do with the southwestern driveway of the gas station. So that's the southern exit that's on Route 1. That's a pre-existing use, but it happens to fall within 150 feet of the center of Route 1. And so we need some relief there. We're going to work with the building inspector to determine if we need a special permit or not, but either way, we can hold that for the zoning board. The same goes for the front yard setback. There's currently a canopy over the fueling stations at the existing Shell station. There will be a very similar canopy over the new fueling stations at the gas station. And so we will work with the building inspector and the zoning board to determine whether or not a special permit is required for those. I think we can set all of the items that I just mentioned aside and deal with the zoning board on those. As far as waivers from this board, I've got several here and I'll run through them. These should not be a surprise to the board members or to Beta. They've been discussed at length, and I'll just run down the list. The first is the requirement for a noise level study. We're asking for a waiver on that requirement. The noise levels are the same as the existing gas station. There are no neighbors or butters to speak of, and frankly, the noise on Route 1 is far greater than the noise you're going to get in a gas station anyway. Number two, we've asked for a relief from the requirement to submit a presentation model as part of our application. We are asking for, and our traffic engineer, Sean Kelly, is here tonight and can speak a little bit more about these, the gap acceptance requirement, as well as the site distance evaluation. We believe that our traffic impact analysis covers all the DOT requirements. There are some other items, such as the requirement of 5 inches of pavement on the site. The design and building of the site should obviate the need for that. We discussed last time the requirement for 5 feet of landscaped area next to the building. We might want to discuss that further tonight, but that's something that we're looking for a waiver from. There's simply no room to put 5 feet of landscaping between the fueling stations and the front of the convenience store. Just the way the site is built, we just don't have, it's very constrained and we don't have the room to put that there. And we can discuss that if the board likes. We're looking for a waiver on some of the lighting requirements. And the reason for that is primarily safety. We need to have lighting that extends beyond the convenience store and actually covers the pumping stations. I think that's something that the board should be able to comprehend and makes a lot of sense. And again, this is going to be very similar to the lighting situation that is in the existing station. And that's, I believe, it. I think there are some things that are covered in the stormwater requirements, such as drain line velocity, HDPE pipe requirements, and Greg Burnett from Deprete Engineering is here and can talk a little bit about those. That's the extent of the list of waivers we're seeking. And I think I'll turn it over to the board and or Beta if they wish to talk about any of those.
Okay, thank you. Phil, you hear from Beta to present your findings.
I think it's Tyler.
Sorry, my mistake. Is it Tyler? I thought it was Phil.
Yeah, no, it is. We're both here.
Oh, okay.
We can both handle, so Tyler's here to address the traffic comments for us. So we have not, at this time, have not had a chance to complete our earth material movement review. And we did not, I don't think we saw a response to our last letter. I don't know what the date was. I have the letter we compiled dated today that includes the traffic review comments. There are several, as was mentioned, there are waiver requests. There are a number of recommended, well, there's a few recommended conditions, and there's a few outstanding items related to primarily administrative issues. For instance, the O&M plan. I think that's it, actually. So I don't think there's a substantial amount comments to hold up the project at all. But I can hand it over to Tyler. What?
I just want to point out, we did receive an earth material movement application, and that is scheduled for a public hearing on October 25th.
Okay. Any other comments from staff, Nora? On the applicant's submissions or requests?
Nothing that has not been discussed at previous meetings, no.
Okay. Okay, I'll open it to planning board members. Questions for the applicant or for Beta?
Yeah, I did want to hear a little bit more about the landscaping plan, and that there's no room for, I understand 5 feet was a big ask, but I think we talked about anything, like what could you do?
We did talk about that, and I'm happy to comment on that if the board would like. We had discussed, I think, 2 alternative options in lieu of the 5 feet of formal landscaping. One was something along the lines of planters out in front of the store on the sidewalk area, and another was a kind of trellis that would be installed along the wall between along the wall of the convenience store. So we looked at that and determined that we don't think that those are feasible for this gas station. And the reason is that, with respect to the plantings, number one, we need all of the space that's there for the sidewalk, and that's a wheelchair accessibility issue, as well as the fact that we've tried to put plantings in similar places on other stations, both in front of the store, but also over by the fueling pumps. And they end up being used as garbage cans and ashtrays for the people who are using the stations. And so it's just typically not our practice. It's not practical to do that. And we think that it ends up kind of working against the desired effect. With respect to having a trellis out in front of the, that would extend from the floor to the ceiling of the convenience store, that's a security concern and a safety concern. Oftentimes the only person manning the facility is inside behind the counter, who needs to be able to view the cars that are at the pumping stations. And so any obstruction to the window would become a security and safety issue. And so these are things that we've considered not only for this application, but for other stations as well. And we just don't see those as practical. And so we were hoping that the board would grant us relief on that issue.
So I did have, forgive me, I don't have the plans in front of me or recollection. Is there room for plantings by the road? Like there's no landscaping? Confuses me. The idea of no landscaping confuses me.
I believe that there is a minimal amount of landscaping. And we'll have a professional landscaper come in to maintain that and to design it. And the site is surrounded by some green space. And we'll do what we can to, to highlight that. It's a very tight site. It's a tight site as it is. It's going to be a tight site as designed. And we have done everything we can, as I'm sure we'll talk about after this discussion, to fit everything in there in a way that works in terms of the circulation around the site and meeting all the safety requirements. And so what's on the plans as designed is really what we can fit.
Could you share the plan, please?
I was going to ask if you could bring that plan up.
Yeah. I was going to say
Share
I can bring up the landscape plan if you'd like. I can share.
Thanks.
That. So we do have a landscape plan that shows a pretty significant amount of landscaping around the perimeter of the site. Can everybody see this?
Yes. Yeah,
So
can you zoom in a little bit?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So we do have landscaping proposed up along Walper Street and behind the store. We also have it on the sides of the building and the parking island peninsulas. So there is landscaping there. And we also screen the dumpster pretty significantly. But I think what we're talking about is this small sidewalk in the front, putting any type of planters. We don't really necessarily think that it would be advantageous to do anything along the front as required. So that's where we're asking relief.
I should mention too that this is almost the exact same situation as we have at the Seasons Corner Market up the street on Route 1. We've landscaped there where possible, but similarly, we're not able to put the strip in front of the convenience store.
Those are parking spaces directly in front of the store, right?
Correct. These are all head-in parking spaces.
And it's a raised sidewalk, so there's a curb stop there?
Correct. There's going to be curb. Yes, there's curb stops.
Okay. All right. Phil, you had your hand raised.
Yes. My questions relate to the traffic impact. And I'm just looking back over the prior materials where I am looking at the August 5th letter to Beta and the assessment, and it says traffic impact assessment will be updated to include increased volumes, and there's a multiple various items on traffic impact and assessment. And my best recollection of the prior discussion is that we deferred any consideration on traffic impact until we had gotten further information. And perhaps I'm forgetful, but I don't think we've gotten any. And I'm just trying to figure out where we are from that point, which was the August 5th letter and the August 9th meeting, I think I don't know of anything that has done and that has changed since then. And perhaps I'm missing something.
Mr. Brown, can you speak to that?
I can, but I would prefer to turn it over to our traffic engineer, Mr. Kelly.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, Sean Kelly with Vanass and Associates. We have submitted a response to the peer review letter that was issued by Beta, right. And if it pleases the board, what I could do tonight is take a few minutes to walk you through some of the information they requested, what our responses were, some of the additional analyses. Then I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have. Would it be possible to share my screen? I have a brief presentation.
Yes, you should be able to share.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Oh, here we go. Yep. Does everyone see that okay?
Yes.
Great. So just to kind of walk through, in brief, Beta issued a peer review letter on our traffic study, and they requested some additional information on a number of topics. Many of it concern the intersection of Route 1 at University Avenue and Everett Street. It's the signalized intersection immediately south of us. As I'll get into, today, under existing conditions, there are some, operational issues there in terms of long delays that exist, independent of the project. We were asked to look at some additional crash data in terms of the years we evaluated to look at some of the pre-COVID conditions. We're asked to give some additional information on background development projects occurring in the area, both in terms of development projects as well as roadway improvement projects. There were some questions about trip generation and distribution that we addressed. And really what I think it's distilled down to is really three specific areas: the Route 1 at University Avenue, Everett Street intersection, the site distance analysis, and then the drive-through analysis. So, with respect to Route 1 at University Avenue and Everett Street, again, I'm sure everyone's probably familiar with this intersection. It's a very busy intersection today that accommodates anywhere from 4,300 to 4,700 vehicles per hour. Certainly today, independent of this project, there are some delays that occur on a number of movements during the morning peak, the evening peak, and also the Saturday midday peak. The impacts of this project, as we talked about the last meeting, are quite minimal. And a lot of the reason is because most of the traffic that these types of facilities generate is what we refer to as pass-by traffic, meaning it's already out there. We add about, a new vehicle every 2 to 4 minutes to this intersection. Again, just to put that in perspective, today, it carries 4,300 to 4,700 cars per hour. There were some questions about the trip generation and how we develop that. And really a lot of it focused on the daily generation. And the ITE data is what we utilize. It's the industry standard. It's what Mass DOT requires that we look at. Some of those land use codes don't necessarily have, for instance, Saturday daily rate. So what we do in those instances is we look at the weekday PM versus the weekday daily, and we make some ratios and apply that to estimate Saturday traffic. I think the important thing to point out is that when it comes to the peak hour traffic, that's really where we drill down on. And again, during those peak hours, the increases are fairly minimal, a car every 2 to 4 minutes. There was a concern that some of the crash data we used was from 2020 and that the volumes were lower and it may have been impacted by COVID. Therefore, the crashes would be lower as well. And we did take a look at that data and they were correct. Data was, the 2020 data certainly was a little lower. So we ended up backing that out using 2015 data through 2019. Again, the findings were about the same. The crash rate increased a little bit, but again, most of these crashes are, they're fender benders. They're not resulting in property, personal injury, rather it's property damage only. One thing we did, take a look at was, what's going on in terms of Mass DOT improvements. And MassDOT is currently in the process of designing some significant improvements to the Route 1 corridor, including the intersection with University Ave and Everett Street. And, in the northbound and southbound directions, these improvements will include, adding a second left turn lane where you have one today, there'll be two in both directions, and also adding a through lane in each direction. We didn't take into account these improvements as part of our analysis because we know they won't be there for day one when we open. But certainly once these improvements are put in place, and they certainly will be a number of years out, the safety and the operations here, will improve dramatically. The next big topic really was a site distance analysis, which is required, the town regulations. We knew the site distances out there are excellent, but we did do a full study. We went out and collected speed data over an extended period. And what we found was that the average speed was about 46 miles an hour, the northbound traffic traveling by the site. The 85th percentile, which we used for analysis purposes, was 50 miles an hour. Based on that, we need about 425 feet of site distance, and it's a recommended 480 feet. There's over 700 feet of site distance available from both driveway locations as well as Walper Street. So certainly there's no concerns in terms of the site distance for people leaving the site or leaving Walper either. And then I think the last thing, and probably maybe the most significant issue in terms of the concerns is how the site would operate was the drive-through. As pointed out, we had a drive-through and we showed a stacking plan that showed, I believe it was up to 8 vehicles being able to stack onto the site without extending into Walper Street. And there was a concern is, what will happen if the queue is larger. We did have a meeting with town staff, and we agreed that we would go out and monitor 2 locations. And there were a couple specific things that were asked for. Both locations they requested would, should be on the inbound side of traffic in the morning. And both locations, shouldn't have a competing use, across the way. We did find 2. One was Seasons Corner Market in Cohasset on the northbound side of Route 3A. And the other one was in Brockton on Route 123. On the travel side that gets you onto Route 24, the primary, north-south connector heading to Boston, and it's right near the interchange. We went out there and did observations during the weekday morning, 7 to 9, and on the Saturday midday from 11 to 1. These are the busiest periods for, coffee shop activity. And what we did is every 5 minutes, we recorded what the maximum queue observed was, again, at both locations during both peak periods. And based on that, we developed, the average queue, which is what you would typically see during the busy periods, and then the 95th percentile queue, which is the level of queuing you typically would only see on the busiest, 3 minutes out of the hour, to ensure that the drive-through lane was sufficient. The busiest time was during the weekday morning, as you can imagine, and typically the average queue from these drive-through windows was about 3 vehicles. One site, it did get back to 5 vehicles. The other site, it got back to 6 vehicles. During the Saturday midday, they were lower. The average queue was actually just around 1 vehicle, and it only got up to about 2 or 3. The plan here, really demonstrates what we expect you'll see at this site when the coffee shop's operational. Again, even during the morning peak, most of the time you're going to have that 3-car queue, which won't even extend beyond the building. During the busiest 3 minutes of that hour, you may see a queue that goes back to 5 or 6 vehicles. But as shown, can certainly be accommodated within the drive-through lane. Has no impact to getting in out on Walper Street, has no impact to circulation in the front of the site with respect to the gas station or the parking spaces. So, based on this analysis, we're confident that the design is sufficient to accommodate the peak activity. And again, this site does have a competing Seasons market on the southbound side. So we don't expect we're going to see any, U-turn maneuvers to bring additional traffic in. If they want coffee heading south, they'll use that facility. They want coffee heading north, they'll use this facility. And I think that, in a nutshell, is most of the information that was requested, as part of the peer review. Again, it's really focused on, the access. And again, from a safety perspective, all the sight lines that are required are met. And then from a circulation perspective, ensuring the drive-through wasn't going to cause any detrimental impacts. And certainly the analysis based on what we've seen suggests that. That's all I really have for tonight. If anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
I just have one question, which was, as I read through the materials on Providence Highway, I didn't see anything taking into account of what was happening on Walper Street or queuing or anything as it impacts Providence Highway. Did you give any consideration as to what that might, if there's an extended queuing on Walper, does that impact Providence or not? And how does that impact?
Walper Street carries, I believe it was between 20 and 60 cars an hour. So every 1 to 3 minutes, a car comes down Walper Street and makes that right-hand turn. So there really is no queuing on Walper Street today. You might see one car backed up, but it certainly doesn't extend to the driveway. And we have no reason to feel that there'll be any issue in terms of operations. I think most people probably, unless they're very familiar with the area, will come in the Route 1 driveway. But if they did come in Walper, even shown on the plan here, we don't expect the queue is going to back up to a point that it's problematic.
Okay, because that was one of the things that I was saying, that I saw no intersection or issue of Providence with Walper taking into account, and that was my biggest concern. Okay, I'll pass it along because that was my issue.
All right, thank you, Phil. We'll just give board and commission members an opportunity to speak on what we just heard from before we move on to other issues. Ellen, I see you do have your hand raised. If it's not relating to traffic or this particular issue, then we'll just give opportunity to others to ask since we're on this topic. And I can't see everyone since the screen is being shared. So if you have a question, just chime in.
I'll stop my share if that helps.
Mr. Chair, you also have the peer review consultant for traffic here, Tyler.
Right. I'm not hearing from anyone, so why don't we give Tyler an opportunity to answer or comment on what we just heard.
Hi, thanks, Mr. Chair. Tyler DeRuiter here with Beta Group. We did take a look at the applicant's responses. and have largely found their responses to satisfy the majority of the comments. I think there was a few in the EIDR regulations where they're requesting waivers. Some of those were responded to in a way that we believe satisfies our initial comment, but we would defer to the board with respect to the waiver, of course. So I don't have anything significant to add on top of what was just presented. I thought, he did a pretty good job summarizing it. The one thing that we were mostly interested in was the driveway queuing, and they have provided the backup data from the two sites in addition to the revised sketch. The previous sketch showed the drive-through queuing coming in and out of the Route 1 driveway, which gave, I believe, upwards of 10 vehicle queuing spaces. If they all come in via Walper, it's down to 8. The maximum 5-minute interval period that they observed at one of the sites was 8 cars. So, if the 8 spaces are available and that's the general maximum queue, it should fit within that space. So I think what they've shown is acceptable, and I don't have anything else to add further.
Okay, thank you. Are you satisfied on the plan that was just shown? They have a passing lane around the queue line. Are you satisfied with the width of that? On the turn, sometimes it can get a little tight. So I'm just wondering if you're confident that it's a wide enough lane to get around all the cars that are queued up.
I do not recall off the top of my head what that width was. Sean, if you have that number.
I'll defer to Greg. Do you happen to have that dimension? I believe maybe, is it 10 feet? Is that what we're looking at?
Are you able to pull the plan back up on the screen?
Yeah, mine's the one I have is dimensioned.
They're both 10-foot lanes. The actual drive-through lane is 10 feet and the bypass is 10 feet as well.
Okay.
What is the width around the, sorry, apologize. What is
ahead.
the width around the corners where they have to make the turning maneuver?
It's a 35-foot radius on the outer edge of the curb, and it's 10 and 10. It's the same width.
That should be appropriate. We would obviously defer to fire, the fire chief, to make sure they can get their vehicle around if needed, but I believe 10 feet would be the minimum.
And is there a presumption this is for passenger vehicles only, no trucks bringing deliveries or gas or produce or materials for the seasons?
There is a loading zone in the back for deliveries, but those would be in really off hours when the drive-through is not in use.
Okay. And what can you remind this board the hours of use again for gas and seasons?
The station and the convenience store would both be closed by 10 p.m.
Okay.
And I believe they would open at around 6 a.m.
Okay. Thank you. Phil, is your question related to traffic? If not, I'm going to give it to Ellen, who had her hand up first. But if it's traffic related.
I just wanted to ask if Tyler had considered queuing with Walper, as whether there would be impact on queuing into Providence. If they looked at that, or because just kind of following up on my question, what Beta's thoughts were on that.
We had brought up the concern of how the driveway on Walper Street might function. The operations analyses that was presented initially assumed all of the vehicles enter and exit at the Route 1 driveways, and largely kind of ignored the Walper Street full access driveway. They did provide some discussion as to how that might function in the comment responses. I think with the small volume that exists today coming out of Walper Street, and it would be pretty slow speed as well, that there would not be very many conflicts related to the driveway. They would obviously just have to kind of give space for somebody to turn into or out of that driveway. That said, I'm not privy to occupancy of the existing Walper Street, developments that are back there, obviously in a post-COVID world. So should that kind of increase to larger capacity, maybe that becomes a bit more of a concern. But I think the driveway condition they're showing isn't overly unique. I've seen other cases around where that happens as well, and it tends to operate okay.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Ellen, let's make sure we've exhausted. Any conservation members interested in asking a question? I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity.
Mr. Chairman, we've delved into this project in great detail. And
Okay.
I don't have any. If any of my members want to chime in on some of these issues, they're welcome to.
All right, hearing none, move on to Ellen, who had her hand raised.
Yeah, I
Finally,
just kind
we
of,
get to you.
sorry. Yeah, no, that's no,
nice.
traffic's important, but I
Yep.
wanted to go back to landscaping. Given that it seems like you're kind of unable to do a great deal of landscaping and that you're asking for some waivers, I'm curious if there's anything else that you could do in lieu of the landscaping. I mean, I know at a previous meeting, the idea of solar was broached and you mentioned you don't normally do that, but would you consider it, or something else? I don't know, a donation to the tree fund, just something in lieu of what you can't do, given that there are a fair amount of waivers that you're asking for. Just curious.
I mean, I can't really respond on behalf of my client to hypotheticals. I mean, I think we're trying to do everything that we can to make this a workable project. We've changed some aspects of our landscaping design already to meet some of the board's concerns. I mean, all I could say is we've done everything that's been asked of us so far within the bounds of trying to make this a workable project. And so I think the idea of solar panels had come up previously, and there's just no room on the site for it. And so I don't, I literally think that this is as designed as it can be at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Josh, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. So I was actually interested in the items in Beta's report for U3 and SW19, the identification of the UST components. I had brought that up originally when we talked about that. Did you have any thoughts behind that?
Greg, can I ask you to comment on those?
Yeah, just so I'm clear, Josh, I'm not the
U3?
environmental scientist, but we have somebody in-house with Cobia that will be on site for any type of soil remediation and everything else. So I'm not sure what the question actually is.
Okay, so Beta had brought up identify location of any pipes or appurtenances associated with existing USTs to remain. Your response: the full design of the fueling system will not be complete until all permits are in hand. However, approximate locations of the various pieces of the system have been added to the plans that show the intent. And Beta recommended that we include this as a condition, that these are included in the finalized build plans.
I got you.
That was the first.
Okay, I can share my screen with you and show you what we added to the plans. So the underground, the existing USTs are going to remain in place, which are located up here.
Okay.
Although we are going to be repiping the new canopy. When we take down the old canopy and the old pumps and putting in the new ones, we will be repiping. So these red conduits here that we're showing are the new fuel pumps lines that will be coming across into the new station.
Okay. And how about the other USTs on the site that aren't used but were abandoned?
Those were removed, I believe, back in when originally. So when they put in the new USTs, the old ones were abandoned because that's where And if they
Abandoned or removed?
removed, I can't speak to 100%, but I'm pretty sure that's what our environmental consultant has said, that they have been removed and that we do have observation wells, monitoring wells, and everything else, and they'll be on site. And if they were not removed, I know that they'll be removed per all the requirements and regulations.
I don't like surprises though with a backhoe going in and then, oh wow, we found a UST. So that's the only thing I'm trying to get to.
So,
I don't know if
Mr. Ames, I can confirm that they were removed. And Columbia builds a lot of these stations, and so they have licensed environmental engineers on site that supervise all the work that will be done on this site. And so we don't run into problems like that, and we make sure that we don't.
And then SW19 was another comment that Beta had made in terms of requiring in situ saturated hydraulic conductivity testing.
We have since run that testing, and we found that the infiltration system that we designed, the rates that we're using just over 2 inches per hour. We found a little bit of, we tested where in the sea layer over here, outside of the impervious current impervious area.
Yep.
And then we did a test in the impervious area as well. So we did 2 tests within the footprint of the proposed system. There was a great variation, but both of them were significantly faster rates than what was designed. So to be conservative, we kept the original design rate.
Great. And did you send that information to Beta? Because their letter from today didn't say that they had that information.
Yeah, and just to touch upon that, I know we did respond to Beta's peer review, the second peer review, and we did submit back on the 9th with revised comments, responses, and that some of that administrative stuff that Phil was speaking to. We did submit our operations plan and other stuff, so they should have everything that they need. They may not just have gotten over to them yet, but we have submitted everything.
Can anybody from Beta confirm that?
I believe, Nora, you were on the emails as well.
Or Nora, yeah, great.
I believe everything has been submitted, but Phil, can you speak to that?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't believe I've seen it. That doesn't mean it wasn't submitted. I can address that this week.
Okay.
Get that cleaned up, but we were waiting for. I assume that since my last submission, that that we hadn't received anything, and then we received the traffic comments on Friday, and we addressed those. So I apologize if it's stuck in my email somewhere, but I can get that done.
Yeah, just to confirm, it was in an email to Phil and John Charbonneau on September 12th at 9:18 in the morning.
Yeah.
Could you forward that to Nora or whomever else as well?
Yep, will do.
And Michael, last sort of informational point, they actually even have solar canopies for gas stations now, even regardless of rooftop units or anything like that. So like the actual canopies can even be solar panels, just informational.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Josh. Any other questions or comments from board members or Conservation Commission members? Okay, Nora, the planning board still has an earth material movement outstanding, so we are not prepared, as I understand it, to move forward with a vote on this.
That's right. I am trying again. Make one more attempt to share my screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so so this is the recommended condition, recommended motion to continue your public hearing until October 25th. If there's anything else that you're interested in seeing changed on the plans, now would be the time to point it out. Otherwise, I will prepare a draft motion for that meeting that would allow you to accept the plans as submitted.
Nora, I think there's a public comment in
Yeah,
the
I was just
Q&A
going to
section.
say,
Okay.
yes, thank you. I neglected to move on to a public comment before asking that question, Nora. So, yeah, a little while back, Joe Privatera wrote, these folks came before Concom when they did a redo years ago, and we were all impressed with their environmental protection systems. Very impressive from Concom's perspective, given the proximity to the wetlands. And I don't know if there, I can't see what the screen sharing. Wait, if there's any questions or hands raised from the public.
Let me stop
At
sharing.
this time, I don't see, no, I brought it up, sorry. I could see
Okay.
it. Sorry to get you out of the sharing mode because I know it's not easy. I
Okay.
don't see anybody from the public raising their hand or nobody typing in anymore on the Q&A. So let's move on. If you can share that again, hopefully.
Yes.
So before the board proceeds to a vote,
Sorry.
may I ask one question? Just as far as my team is concerned, we would feel a lot better knowing that there's still no outstanding concerns based on what the board has reviewed to this point. Are we really just waiting for the EMM application to be considered? Because if there's something that we can do between now and then, we'd prefer to do it now.
For myself, the only thing, a sweetener of some solar panels would be great. Other than that, I'm watching for the EMM.
So I will certainly approach that with my client. I will say that I think it's highly unlikely because installing solar panels requires things like, contracts and licensing agreements and, vetting of manufacturers and lots of other things that I don't think we're prepared to add to this application. But I will promise you that I will ask.
Speaking as just one member, I am disappointed in the landscaping, but I think you explained it. And looking at the plans in concert with the explanation, I see all of your points. And I'm not trying to dissuade this particular development because of the landscaping. And with regard to the traffic, I thought the presentation was very well done. And I think it addressed the issues that were in my mind with regard to the queuing and the traffic counts. So I myself am satisfied with what I've seen so far.
I just would like to echo the chair's issues. I thought the information on the traffic was much better and very comprehensive. The only Walper issue was my somewhat concern. I feel that's probably, I'm comfortable with that. And I'll just echo the chair and the others on the landscaping. If you can come up with something, that certainly would help.
Any other feedback or comments from board members for the applicant?
Yeah, I actually have no concern about the traffic, honestly. I'm pretty familiar with that area. Even before the in-depth analysis and explanation, I was pretty comfortable sort of being able to visualize that. Like everyone has said, we want to try to make as much green as we can. I understand the limitations. And I do like the project. I'd love to update that facility. It's pretty trashy. So it needs some love.
You have the Conservation Commission here as well, and my understanding is that they will vote on their order of conditions following your vote on the site plan. But I don't know if any of them want to weigh in on the lack of landscaping.
I think we dealt with the issue, Nora, at our meetings. We had more than one meeting, and I think that our position was we kind of agree with council that there wasn't a lot of room to do a lot. Obviously, if they can sweeten that up like it was mentioned, of course my board would be totally in favor of that.
So Nora, a question. Do we have a list of the waivers that the applicant is looking for when we do finally vote on this?
So they were discussed at the beginning of this hearing
Right.
session. Mr. Brown went through them. They will be in a list that you'll see at your next hearing. So I'll prepare a motion for all the waivers at the next hearing, as well as all the other steps. So in addition to granting your, I would expect you to have a single decision for your earth material movement and your EIDR approval. The decision will also be dependent on the Conservation Commission's order of conditions and on the Select Board granting a license or easement for the corner of the property that is currently on town property and that will be proposed to be revised, but still on town property, and also all of the zoning board approvals. So all of that would be addressed in your motion at your October 25th meeting.
And is there any room in our bylaws, or have we made any provisions in our bylaws for offsite mitigation with regard to the landscape waiver?
So whenever
requests?
whenever you allow someone to not follow the, when you grant a waiver of landscape requirements, you do have the ability to require payment to a tree fund.
Okay.
Nora, just a
Yes.
procedural thing. I think my board's prepared to vote this evening. I think that's one of the reasons that we were brought here tonight. So would we do that after you motion to continue? Is that the?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll just stand by that. Thank you.
Nora, and one more question, and I know the answer to this, but I have to ask. And in my mind is that we have this these applications to the zoning board that we need to get through. And following that, we need to go to MassDOT, and we cannot move forward with MassDOT until we get all these approvals. Anyway, a long way of saying that we're very anxious to get all of the town's approvals as quickly as possible. Would it be appropriate at all in any world for the Board of Appeal, I'm sorry, for the Planning Board to vote tonight on our application contingent on granting of the EMM application on October 25th?
I think it would be better for the board to have a single vote on both applications and a single decision of both applications. That's traditionally how they do it. That is not holding you up from filing your applications with the Zoning Board of Appeals, nor with the Select Board for a licensing agreement.
Right.
So you can do those without waiting for this. And then their decisions will all be contingent upon the Planning Board decision. The boards are all used to tying their decisions together like that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I think given all that's been said, I would accept the motion before us that Nora is sharing the screen on to continue this hearing. I believe we've heard all public comments, right? Yes.
I move that the planning board continue the public hearing for the environmental impact and design review EIDR application for 394 to 396 Providence Highway to Tuesday, October 25th, 2022 at 7 p.m. via Zoom, where a Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be provided on town's calendar on the homepage at https://www.townhall.westwood.ma.us.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on continuing this hearing? All right, we'll do a roll call vote. Ellen?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well.
And now
And
the
we'll turn it-
Conservation Commission?
Sorry, that's what I was going to say.
Yes, thanks, Nora. On behalf of the Conservation Commission, the chair would make a motion that we approve the notice of intent and issue an order of conditions for, I don't have the address in front of me.
394, 396 Providence Highway.
394, 396 Providence Highway. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion by the members of the board? Hearing none, Karen, would you call the roll, please?
Todd Sullivan,
Aye.
Stephen David,
Aye.
Vesna Maneva,
Aye.
Deborah O'Day.
Aye.
That's it. We're good, Nora.
All right, thank you. Would you like to adjourn the meeting of the Conservation Commission?
Yes, the chair would so order that the meeting of the Conservation Commission this evening be adjourned.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, procedurally, you have to have a motion and a second, and you have to vote to adjourn.
I'll make a second to the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we need a motion first, so. The chair would make a motion that we adjourn the conservation meeting scheduled for this evening.
A second.
Call the roll, Karen.
You're on mute, Karen.
Sorry about that. Todd Sullivan,
Aye.
Stephen David,
Aye.
Vesna Maneva,
Aye.
Deborah O'Day.
Aye.
And Elias?
Oh,
I don't think you can.
he's still.
Yes, he is. Sorry.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Ahern.
Excellent work tonight, Laura. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Thanks for
folks.
coming.
Chris.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have successfully continued our hearing, correct, Nora?
You have, yes.
Okay, so we're free to move on to the next item on our agenda.
Yes, the next item on your agenda is for Dell Tile at 345 University Avenue. This is a public hearing for environmental impact and design review application that proposes a dumpster enclosure. And I'm bringing over Lisa Lowry on behalf of the applicant, and Lisa can let us know if there's anyone else that should be joining. Lisa, can you hear us?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, how are you? Is there anyone else with you tonight, or?
I believe Mark Morriso with Dell Tile is also joining me, just as my phone a friend and backup if there's any questions related to the Dell Tile part.
Let me bring Mark over.
Thank you.
Okay, well, go ahead and present to the board.
Okay, great. Let me share my screen. Hopefully this will go pretty quickly for you. Okay. Are you able to see my screen? I've got Bluebeam up with a plan of the Dell Tile location. This is University Avenue on the right, going plan north and south. And then this is a property line. Currently, Dell Tile has a dumpster that sits outside of a dock door. And because that situation isn't per your codes, we need to build a dumpster enclosure. I'll give you some quick pictures just to give you an idea of what it looks like. This photo was taken off of Google Earth and it was dated May, so your trees haven't bloomed yet. But this is where you pull into the Dell Tile parking lot. This is the dumpster in question that wants to be enclosed. Next to it is a dock where a truck can back in completely. And then next to that on the left side is just a regular dock door. This is a view of the parking lot. All of the later photos were taken, I believe, early July of this year, so they're pretty current. There's also a few dock doors down. There is a truck ramp, and then the entrance into offices, warehouse, and the customer service area. or contractor service area. And there's, they sell tile to contractors, not to the public. So another view of that same parking lot with the dumpster enclosure. And then this is looking beyond it. There's not a road here. This is, I guess, I believe it's train tracks actually that demise between this lot and then the Lifetime Fitness that's behind it. And just another dock door, and then sort of an overall view for you of what that would look like, or as it is today. And then of the current entry to get into the contractor service area on the side of the building. And then this is a corner shot. We were mostly just looking in responding to the questions about stormwater, drains, all of those things. So I wanted to show that none of that would be impacted by this dumpster enclosure. And so then I'll go to a quick plan here that shows the dumpster enclosure. One of Joe Doyle's comments was he wanted to see dimensions of where the dumpster enclosure would hit the first parking spot. So we've got those dimensions, and then how far it is from the property line over. So, and then just showing some of the existing utilities that are there in place. Does anybody have any questions?
Is that dumpster location the same location that you just showed us in the pictures?
Yes. Yeah, it wouldn't move. It would just enclose the dumpster. And our proposed design in the drawings that we submitted were meeting all of your ordinance criteria of it being wood. We've got structural engineering drawings that show how far down it needs to go to make it quite stable, and then a gate at the front so that when it's not being emptied, then it's closed up and hiding all of the debris. And we're showing it as 8 foot too high. So they're 8 foot fence panels, and then a little bit of relief from the parking lot, just so those doors are able to open.
So how many spots would be affected during the emptying of the dumpster?
During the emptying of the dumpster, potentially just the one, but maybe 2 at the very most. And it's from what I understand, and Mark can weigh in, it's a quick 10-minute process to switch those out.
Are they done on a regular basis, like once every 2 weeks or so, or is it on a will call situation for your business?
I'm going to let Mark answer that one. I don't know the cadence of this.
There we go. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for your time. I hope I could be heard. It is a will call. Thank you. It is a will call basis situation. The ebb and flow of the pallet debris is not something that could be predicted. And then just to be clear, we sell marble, granite, quartz, and porcelain slabs out of this location. Not that it's germane to the results, but I just want to make sure. And we have a very high-end showroom on the front also to service the public's selection process.
Okay. So when you do the will call pickup, do you ask for it at a certain time, off hours, off business hours, or does it whenever they can get there?
We're sort of at the will of the company that's doing that service for us. But I can assure you that the whole process from entering the driveway to leaving the driveway is no more than 15 or 20 minutes.
Understood. I'm just wondering if there's a car or two present in that spot when they come to pick it up.
I understand. That's valid. That's valid. To understand this is a very low employee count here. There's maybe 5, maybe 8 employees. The showroom is not large. So even if I had, 2 customers per employee, there's still plenty of parking that would not be impacted by this operation.
Okay. And Nora, losing 2 spots would go against our parking lot.
It would.
Right.
So the number of parking spaces here is determined by the large size of the building. There's far more parking than it's actually needed by the conduct of the business, but the parking regulations require this number of spaces based on the square footage. The board could grant a special permit to reduce the number of parking spaces that were required, but that would require re-advertisement of the hearing for that. I would recommend instead that you just require the dumpster to be emptied outside of the normal business hours of the Del Tile business so that there's no conflict with parking.
Sir, would that be amenable to you?
I would definitely agree to do that. I don't want to lie to the town and say it can be done. I would really just need to make a phone call during business hours to confirm that, but I think we could do that.
What are your hours of operation?
Typically 7:30 to 4:30.
Yeah, that's correct for this location.
Okay. Seems
So
like
you'd
an
have from
afternoon
6
pickup
a.m.
could be easy. All right.
From 6 a.m. to 7:30 or between 4:30
4:30
and midnight.
onward. Right.
Can I confirm that and send a note to the town tomorrow? May I confirm that and send a note to the town?
I think we'll discuss it as a board, but if the board thinks it's proper, then we would adopt that with the condition that the pickup would only be done outside of business hours.
That makes sense. I'm going to go put myself on mute before I get in trouble.
I wish I could do that so many times. Okay, Nora, is there any more information or any more information from the applicant that we need to
No, I
consider?
don't believe there is. So you've seen the
Okay.
site plan and you've seen the elevation plans. They've discussed the material. And then the one issue that the building commissioner had pointed out with the backup into existing parking spaces. So as long as the timing of the pickup doesn't coincide with the timing of the use of those spaces, I don't see any other concerns.
All right, I see 2 board members with hands raised, so we'll call on them. Josh?
Yeah, so I also noticed that Joe had also said that there's almost $3,000 in fines from the tenant applicant. Do we know if that's been paid?
It has not. It has not yet. Usually fines are paid when the violation is cured, and this has not been cured yet until this decision is granted.
Gotcha.
So typically what we do is we have a condition within the decision that requires the payment of the fines prior to the issuance of a building permit.
Great. And I also noticed in the pictures that this is an uncovered dumpster and it's left uncovered. That doesn't seem to jive with stormwater regulations, if my understanding is correct. So in my opinion, that should be closed unless we're adding to it.
You're saying the top of the dumpster should be closed?
Absolutely.
Would respectfully request the concern is that if it rains, that any water might flow out of it because of that rain.
Yeah, and to your point of your overhead map, there are 2 stormwater drains right there. And if I'm not mistaken, are you even in a water resource protection overlay district? Or Nora, would you be able to?
I will check the map now. I believe it's outside of the Water Resource Protection District.
I believe so, and I've got, I don't know if this is the right one that will show that. This may not be. But yes, to your point, there are 2 existing storm drains here.
Okay.
Nora, can you speak to what our bylaw reads with regard to covering the dumpster?
So I have to look that up. I'm not familiar with that. Just give me a minute and I will find out. I'm first just calling up the Water Resource Protection Overlay District boundary. So just give me a second.
Perhaps we can hear from Phil and his question while Nora's looking that up, just to expedite things.
Yeah, sure. I was just wondering if it's possible to move those two parking spots over to the left side on the site plan, which then eliminates any scheduling or whatnot with respect to the dumpster. Because if we look to the left on the site plan of the storm drain, it appears that if we just repaint the lines for parking there, it eliminates any concern.
Over here.
Over to the left side, to the left of the existing drain on.
Yeah, she just drew a line indicating she thinks where you.
Oh, I was thinking that was an alternative, or if you go all the way across to the other side, one or the other struck me as that eliminates the concern of having those parking spots directly behind the dumpster.
Yes, we'd have to make sure that the trucks could.
Yeah, that tightens that area up a little bit.
Right.
As you're entering in.
right,
I think as long as it satisfies spatial requirements for truck movement and emergency vehicle movement, I think that would be acceptable. But we'd need some confirmation from others. Wouldn't be able to do it tonight, probably.
Or Lisa, if you look to the far left, you see the other existing storm drain?
This one here?
Yeah, there's essentially a couple of spots. And then to the above those, is that a possibility?
Oh, I see. I got you.
Because then that might not impact the emergency vehicle / right there. That's where I was originally thinking.
Okay, sorry. I think that makes more sense, actually.
That might be just a little bit easier because then it avoids tightening up that open area up there.
Yeah.
It does appear to be less impactful.
I think, yeah.
Negative
And
impact.
we can show that as doing that, and they'll just need to restripe that area, but
that might just avoid all the other issues.
Yeah. And lose the striping of the other two spots. I think we'll discuss that after all the questions as a board. We'll discuss that as a possible alternative. Nora, were you able to find out anything for Josh?
Yes, so it is within the stormwater water resource protection overlay district, but I'm not seeing a section in the stormwater regulations that requires a cover on the dumpster. I'm still searching for it. So if Josh, if you know that section, just point me in the right direction.
So yeah, the dumpster regulations from the Board of Health reference the requirement to be closed, as well as zoning bylaws, public water supply. So that is 9752. Seven C. Any commercial dumpsters or commercial compactors located outdoors within the zone shall have an impermeable lid or cover integral to the dumpster or compactor itself and shall be located on an impervious surface with a drainage system sufficiently designed to prevent the discharge of contaminated runoff or leachate into the soil, groundwater, or surface water. And that's in addition to the Board of Health rules and regulations governing dumpsters.
So the Board of Health reviewed the application and accepted it as enclosing the dumpster with the fence. However, if that section of the zoning bylaw pertains to this unit, then a cover would be necessary. So I'd have to get
I'm sorry.
I'd have to get the building commissioner. He's the zoning enforcement officer, so I'd have to get his interpretation of that. He didn't note that in his comments. What the board could do is they could require that cover unless the building commissioner finds it's not necessary.
Nora, does the zoning bylaw, or Josh, if you know, does the zoning bylaw define what a cover is?
I'll look.
It may be important to distinguish the word enclosure from cover.
Well, that
it's a
is
cover.
that's without question.
Yeah.
It is a cover, but what is, if it defines what an adequate cover is?
I mean, it says impermeable lid or cover integral to the dumpster. I mean, I've seen plenty of construction dumpsters covered to prevent this on commercial sites.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. I mean, they're commercially available, but it doesn't really specify. It says impermeable lid or cover integral to the dumpster. The integral to the,
Excuse me, but this is within the zone 1 area, if I'm reading that right. So this is in the public water supply within the zone 1 area. The
Okay.
following limitations will apply. This is not within the zone 1 area. It's
Okay.
within the Water Resource Protection District, but not within zone 1.
okay, so that sort of relieves them from that part, at least under this.
Right.
And,
Right.
and Josh, the other thing I've seen done is rather than like a hard plastic surface, you could have like the pull cover that rolls up and back.
Exactly.
Provides you a little bit more protection.
Yep.
So the Board of Health's concerns with this dumpster is to make sure that there's no flyaway from the dumpster, and their interpretation was that the fencing around it prevents that. And the other concern is that there's no one dumping trash in a commercial dumpster. And the gate also does that. So if it was in a zone 1, I think we would have to have an impervious cover, but it is not in zone 1. So I don't think that's the requirement, though it's certainly a good idea.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members for the applicant? Okay, I don't see any. Nora, did you have any draft language written for this?
I do. So Lisa, if you could stop sharing.
Just did. There you go.
Share my screen. So the first thing that the board has to do is waive some requirements of the EIDR section of the zoning bylaw that are not applicable to this application. Those would be a waiver of a landscape plan. There's no proposed changes to landscaping. Waiver of stormwater plans. There are no changes to the stormwater system. Waiver of exterior lighting. Again, no changes. Waiver of a traffic study. There's no change in the traffic associated with the property, and a waiver of the presentation model. So I've prepared a draft motion. If you're interested in making that motion, you could waive each of those items.
Do I have to read the whole thing? Yeah, I will. Okay. I move that the planning board grant the following waivers in association with the application for environmental impact and design review EIDR approval for the proposed dumpster enclosure of Dell Tile at 345 University Avenue, as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on July 15th, 2022. 1, waiver of landscape plan required pursuant to section 7.3.7.1.1 of the zoning bylaw. 2, waiver of stormwater plans and report required pursuant to section 7.3.7.1.6 of the zoning bylaw. 3, waiver of the exterior lighting plan required pursuant to section 7.3.7.2 of the zoning bylaw. 4, waiver of the traffic study required pursuant to section 7.3.7.3 of the zoning bylaw, and 5, waiver of presentation model required pursuant to section 7.3.7.7 of the zoning bylaw.
Second.
You got all the dots right.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on waivers requested?
Just to put it out there, if we're covering the dumpster, then I'm inclined to vote yes, but otherwise I'm going to vote no.
Have we decided if that's a requirement or not?
So this first motion is just on the waivers to then consider the application. Then when you discuss a motion for approving the application, you can determine if you want to put in a condition requiring the dumpster to be closed.
Does that change your feeling, Josh?
Yep, that makes sense.
Okay. we had a motion and a second and some discussion. Any further discussion on the waiver request? Hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Ellen?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
And I vote aye also. So the waivers are granted. And next we
Okay,
have a
so
motion.
here's a draft motion to approve, to grant EIDR approval. It does not yet have a condition regarding a cover on the dumpster. If the board wants to add that, I'd be happy to try and draft something and add it to
Would
the
that
motion.
condition be conditioned on Joe Doyle's interpretation of the bylaw?
I don't think it would. I think the bylaw is pretty clear that that requirement is within zone 1.
Okay.
So I've read the section. Pat, if you want to look in on it, it's section 9.7.
Tried to look at it. I couldn't pull it up quick enough.
Okay. It clearly states within the zone 1 area, the following limitations shall apply. To the extent that any other provisions of the bylaw are inconsistent with the limitations set forth below, the limitations set forth below shall control. And it goes through a couple of different limitations. One of them is Part C, any commercial dumpsters or commercial compactors located outdoors within the zone 1 shall have an impermeable lid or cover integral to the dumpster or compactor itself and shall be located on an impervious surface with a drainage system sufficiently designed to prevent the discharge of contaminated runoff or leachate into the soil, groundwater, or surface water. So it says both in the lead up to it and in the specification itself that this is within zone 1. Zone 1 is the area immediately around our drinking water wells, and we have no zone 1 on this side of the street.
So just to summarize, Nora, since this is not a zone 1, it is not, that dumpstering cover is not applicable on this site. Is that correct?
It's not required on this site. That doesn't mean the board can't require it as a condition of their site plan review. If you choose to add it as a condition, you're free to impose reasonable conditions. If you find that that is reasonable because this property is within the water resource protection area, so we are concerned about the potential of water eventually reaching our wells. This property does have some stormwater management in place, but it has not been brought up to the full standards with stormwater treatment that newer properties in town have. So there is always some potential for contamination. I think you could weigh that against what the dumpster is used for and make a determination of whether you would like to require a lid on the dumpster.
And Nora, it also clarifies that the zone 1 area extends out 400 in a 400-foot radius to under section 97527. I don't know where in proximity that is, but that also tightens up that sort of restriction as well. But either way,
you've also got a Board of Health requirement here that should be diminished.
Yep.
In my opinion. So Nora, I just have a procedural question for you in terms of the fine. Do you also need to make a condition that the fines be paid before the issuance of the permit?
Yes, so why don't we review, how about if I read you what I have so far for the draft conditions of the motion, and then you can determine if you want to add another one. All right, so I won't read the whole motion. I'll just read the conditions that they've written so far. First is, except as modified by the conditions and findings hereof, the project shall comply with all project plans and with the conditions of all prior approvals in all respects, and the applicant shall pursue completion of the project with reasonable diligence and continuity. 2, prior to the issuance of a building permit for the proposed work, the applicant shall pay in full all fines and fees incurred for violations of the zoning bylaw, including applicable postage costs. 3, trash removal shall be scheduled outside of Daltile's normal business hours and in full accordance with applicable local bylaws. And what that refers to, we have a noise ordinance that prevents the emptying of trash between midnight and 6 a.m. And then 4, if the project or any condition imposed in this decision requires permit, license, or other approval from any board or commission, including the Westwood Conservation Commission, Westwood Zoning Board of Appeals, Westwood Select Board, or any agency of the town of Westwood, or other regulatory agency of the Commonwealth or the federal government, the applicant shall make an appropriate application for the same. If any condition of such permit, license, or other approval from any other board, committee, or agency is inconsistent with this decision, the applicant shall make application to the planning board for an amendment of this decision, and the planning board shall consider such application in accordance with the requirements of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, and all applicable planning board rules and regulations. Now that condition covers the Board of Health regulations. So if the Board of Health feels that a cover is necessary in addition to the enclosure, then this decision would require compliance with the Board of Health regulations. And then 5, a copy of this decision and the project plans shall be kept on the project site at all times during construction. So if the board would like to add another condition that the dumpster receive an impermeable lid or cover, that can be added as well.
Mr. Chairman, can we simply ask the applicant if they would, and then we could probably just add it?
Yeah, and I was going to just inquire as to whether or not, it's simply just a request to the company that services their dumpsters, just to bring one same size, same everything, but just one with a cover, if that's
exactly, and install with a lid. Yeah, it doesn't seem too complicated.
It doesn't seem like they swap out, but they empty. Is that correct, Julie?
Negative. No,
they swap.
Yes. Sir.
Okay. Do you know if dumpsters with lids are available through this particular?
Well, I know
provider?
that they make covers for dumpsters, and I'd have to double check the actual protocols here and service of the company. I don't know if you'd have to remove the lid, let them dump, pull out the old wood, put a new one in, and put a new lid on the new one. I've got to check on that, sir. I really don't know.
Okay.
I mean, in my experience, the process would be at the beginning of the day when you start work, you can take off the cover, but like at the end of business, you cover back up. It's not that like it needs to be covered at all points always.
Right.
But
it's just making sure that the roll-off doesn't get dumped, quote unquote, taken away with the cover on it. I'm chasing him down the road. So we're just going to figure that out.
Yep.
So either a swap out or an installation of a cover and then having the cover opened or whatnot in the ordinary course of business would allow us with one, small addition to Nora's draft, we could get this approved.
Well, this is very important for us to get behind us. I don't think you're asking for the impossible. I just have to find out what procedures have to take place to make it happen. And
but Mr. Morrison, you would agree to put the cover on, is that fair to say?
Sure, we'll comply.
Then I think we can just add it in.
Okay. Nora, are you comfortable with that addition of the condition?
Sure.
Okay.
I find the language in the bylaw so that I can copy it. I've already closed it. Just give me 1 second to get back to that. That's sufficient?
More than sufficient.
Short and sweet.
I like it.
Okay. So is there any further discussion? I mean, we're going to have motion in a second and we'll have more opportunity, but any more questions or comments for the applicant or for Mr. Ahern or Nora?
Yeah, I just wanted to double check. So the way that this is written right now ensures that we receive payment of fees.
Yes,
It does.
it's a condition on issuing the building permit.
I'm going to act in good faith without the
Oh, it's number
Remember that?
3.
It's bullet number 3.
Oh my God, how I missed it, I don't know.
Yeah,
Number
no,
3,
it requires
obviously.
for them to pay, so I think that certainly covers it.
We'll process
Thank
check
you.
payment to the city tomorrow morning.
That'd be great.
Any other questions, concerns for the applicant or the process?
Mr.
Okay.
Ames, you have your hand up. May I let you know that?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Hearn, do we have to have an additional reading of all of the conditions again?
Gosh, I hope not.
Can I move to adopt the revised,
The language before you on the screen.
the language before with the revision, adding in condition number 2 on the dumpster shall have an impermeable lid or cover integral to the dumpster, in addition to the conditions as presented and provided by Nora.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Ellen?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
I vote aye also. All right. Thank you very
And
much.
then you just need one more motion to close the
Close
hearing.
it, right.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on closing the hearing? Take a roll call vote. Phil?
I vote aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Ellen?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
I vote aye. Okay. Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All
Hope it goes
right.
smoothly.
Bye.
All right.
Thank you.
Counting
Now
down the
you have
hits. What's next?
Now you have a continuation of a public hearing for wireless communication overlay district environmental impact and design review approval application for a proposed Verizon alterations to a pre-existing non-conforming wireless facility at 690 Canton Street. So let me see who is here to represent this application. I believe Michael Fenton. And Michael,
He has his
you can
hand
let me
up.
know if there's anyone else that should be joining you. Hi, Michael. Is there anyone else that you have here in the attendees?
Yes, Nora, I believe there should be Aiden Bullmiller from Dewberry Design Group.
Okay, I see him. All right, Aiden is being promoted to a panelist, so if you would like to begin your presentation.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Attorney Michael Fenton. I'm a partner at Schatz, Schwartz & Fenton. Our office is at 1441 Main Street in Springfield, Massachusetts. We're here as counsel to Cellco Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless, to request a modification to the installation on the rooftop at 690 Canton Street in Westwood. It's located in the industrial office district, and the existing rooftop in this industrial office district houses various other wireless carriers. Verizon currently deploys 12 antennas on the rooftop. Our proposal is quite simply to remove and replace with upgraded antenna infrastructure in the substantially similar size and location to the existing 9 antennas. So there's 12, we're swapping out 9. In addition, we are requesting a variety of waivers from the EIDR application process due to non-applicability, including waiver of the requirements for landscaping, traffic study, exterior lighting plan, balloon test, presentation model, and stormwater plan. With your permission, I will share my screen and show you the photo simulations that we have here. Can everybody see this image?
Yes.
Okay, so these are the existing antennas on the rooftop of the structure, some of which are Verizon's and others belonging to other carriers. Slide 2 is showing the various locations at which our consultants took photographs that we'll now see in the simulation of what the impact, the de minimis impact of this antenna swap will be. Here's a view from the back parking garage, the existing view, and this is the modified view. So for your benefit, I'll just toggle between these two views a few more times. You can see the de minimis impact here. View from another area in the parking lot for the subject facility. This is the existing view. This is the proposed view. And again, I'll just toggle through a few more times. It's existing. This is proposed. So really look closely to see the difference. This is an existing view. Main thoroughfare, residences in the background. Equipment's not visible from this location. There's another existing view, and there's the very nuanced difference. And from this existing view of this parking lot, the antennas are not visible. So we've submitted construction drawings and a full application and have been working with the town since March in pursuit of this approval, and would request the board's approval along with the requested waivers. If there's any questions regarding the construction drawings or the specifics for the installation of the equipment on the rooftop, Mr. Bo Miller's here and would be happy to present on that basis.
All right, thank you. Nora, any other comments from staff you'd like to submit at this time?
Excuse me, for some reason my camera keeps going off. The only other comment was just from the building commissioner, who noted that this could be approved as an administrative EIDR application if the size of the equipment, the antennas and the supporting structures were 10 feet high or lower. This was discussed back in 2013 when the same application was before the board, where they were swapping out the antennas that were in place at that time for the antennas that they put in 2014. So the concern here is just the height of the antennas and their structures, which are pre-existing, non-conforming to the bylaw that's in place now. If they are reduced to 10 feet, then it's simply an administrative approval every time that they want to swap them out. If they keep them at the heights in excess of 10 feet, they have to go through this procedure, come back to the board for full EIDR approval, and go to the Zoning Board of Appeals for alteration of a pre-existing non-conforming use. So it's just a matter of time that's involved in reviewing and approving the application because it doesn't conform with the bylaw.
And are the other antennas on that top of the building also in violation of the 10-foot limit?
So I believe the other antennas all have approvals that say that they cannot exceed 10 feet.
And they do or do not?
I believe they're all of the other approvals say that the antennas cannot exceed 10 feet.
Okay. So the presumption is they're not over 10 feet.
That's the presumption.
What they installed is not exceeding our limit. Okay. Mr. Fenton, can you speak to that? Or just, I guess, for clarity to understand why we're still coming before us for 18 inches, looks like, for 20 some years now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't speak to the height of other carriers' antennas on
right.
the
No, I
rooftop.
would expect you to. Yeah.
I can say that Verizon's antennas have been on this site, which is an industrial office site with very limited visual impact for decades. And if you take a look at the simulation packet, you can see that there are other carriers that have substantially similar height installations here. This is, again, a very de minimis impact and cannot speak to the height of other carriers. I'm not sure if it's germane to the board. Perhaps Mr. Bohlmiller may have some information on that, but I can only speak to the height of our antennas.
I wasn't suggesting that you should have knowledge of other carriers. I was merely asking Nora if she knew if there was other antennas that are in violation of our bylaw on the top of this building. And to her knowledge, there is none other. So it just, the question begs to be asked. I know you're saying it's de minimis, and I'm not in disagreement of that, but it's de minimis from a existing non-conforming situation. So we have to continue. It's out of our hands. You have to go to ZBA for a special permit. So we can't waive that. That's not within our power to do that. I guess what we're saying is if there was a way you could find to remove 18 inches from it, then this could be done administratively in the future. And it seems like carriers are coming back to us fairly frequent as technology advances for changes. And it seems like a lot of these could be done very quickly and cost effectively for your client if done just administratively. So that's the reason for my question.
Thank you again for the question. And I must confess that this is the first that I'm hearing about a need for a special permit requirement from the ZBA for this site. And it was my understanding of the bylaw that the requirement for 10 feet only triggers a full EIDR application instead of the administrative EIDR. I'm not aware of a zoning restriction that is being violated by a pre-existing non-conforming use.
So there's several email discussions with Ellen Fryman, as well as phone calls that we've had. Mm-hmm. Yes, describing exactly the situation. What it comes down to is the Westwood zoning bylaw allows for two different types of wireless communication facilities: a major facility or a minor facility. A minor facility is described as a facility in which all of the components are no higher than 10 feet above the height of the existing structure. Because this facility is more than 10 feet, it does not qualify as a minor wireless communication facility, and it has never been issued a special permit from the planning board as a major wireless communication facility. And for that reason, it's considered a pre-existing non-conforming structure. These antennas were initially placed on the roof of this building, we believe, prior to 1999, when the bylaw was first put into place. So we believe they have been interpreted by our building commissioner to be a pre-existing non-conforming structure, and to continue them, to change them, to alter them each time you do that, it requires going before the Zoning Board of Appeals. This was brought up in 2013 when the last swap out of antennas was proposed. The planning board granted its EIDR approval at that time with the condition that the height be reduced to 10 feet or that you go to the Zoning Board of Appeals. The plan showed that the height would be reduced to 10 feet, but that was not done. The building commissioner did not catch the discrepancy there and did not require Zoning Board of Appeals special permit at that time. He is requiring it at this time. And so if you speak to Ellen, I'm sure she can forward you the email exchange where we discussed this, but that is required at this point. So unless the height is reduced to 10 feet or less, a zoning special permit will be required as well. It's a procedural issue, but it causes time delay, and there's already been significant time spent on this application.
Certainly, and thank you for the time that you have spent on it. And I reviewed that decision at the time that you're referring to and did not see any discrepancies between what was approved and what was built at the site. And in discussing the matter before this evening with Attorney Fryman and Aiden, it was the conclusion that the deployment of the antennas that were approved in 2013 or 14 were consistent with the plans that were approved by the planning board at that time. So if there is a discrepancy there, we would very much like to know what that discrepancy is with specificity.
I think the email that was sent on, let me see the date of this, July 1st of 2022, an email was sent to Ellen explaining in detail what the consideration was and why this was required, both EIDR approval and a special permit for alteration of a non-conforming use. And then on July 5th, the building commissioner, Joe Doyle, responded to that email with an email of his own saying, I agree with your recollections and recommendations. So that is where we stand today. The board can certainly grant environmental impact design review approval of this. You can certainly go to the zoning board of appeals, and because it is a insignificant change from the existing conditions, I imagine it's likely that they will grant it. But every time you swap out the antennas, you will be going through the same procedure because you do not have either a major wireless communication facility or a minor wireless communication facility. In order to have a major one, you would need to file an application for a special permit for a major wireless communication facility. In order to have a minor one, you would just have to reduce the height of the structures to 10 feet or less.
Okay, so I have to confess that I'm surprised if this is the position that the town will take about these installations. We very much pride ourselves on working with towns in relation to these projects and submitting where required to the zoning that's required by the town. As I assume you are aware, we do have federal protections under the Telecommunications Act of 1996, as well as the Middle Class Taxpayer Relief Act of 2012, and the provisions contained therein, Section 6409A and the Spectrum Act, entitling us to expedited review if we did submit such a request. And there's a 60-day shot clock that begins at the time of submission, after which the application would be deemed approved. We've tried to cooperate with the town throughout this process. And I suppose if the board's position is that this change will necessitate a special permit, I'll have to discuss it with my client. And if the board's unwilling to take action on the full EIDR application this evening for that reason, we'll have to get back to you.
I think you misunderstand. So there are a couple of things. First, our bylaw is fully in conformance with the federal requirements. Second, we have an administrative approval process in place that allows for expedited review. Next, we have the shot clock, which begins upon submission of a complete application and gives a period of, I believe it's 10 days for notification by the town to the applicant for an application that is incomplete or specifies the procedure that has to be followed. All of that was complied with. And then the other thing I think you misunderstand is that the planning board is not saying they will not grant EIDR approval. What I'm telling you is that the building commissioner has said that EIDR approval in itself is not sufficient. You need both EIDR approval and you need a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals because you have never applied for a major wireless facility special permit. So if you wish to continue with a pre-existing non-conforming use that you are now altering, pre-existing non-conforming structure that you are now altering, you need to follow the procedure for alteration of that structure. And that requires a Zoning Board of Appeals special permit. So that's a decision made by the building commissioner, and you can appeal his decision as well. That would be with a filing to the Zoning Board of Appeals. So either way, the planning board tonight can grant EIDR approval, which I would actually recommend because I don't see this as a significant difference between what is there today and what you're proposing to add there. We're just pointing out to you that the whole process could be quick and simple if the height of these structures was 10 feet or less, or if you applied for and obtained approval for a special permit for a major wireless facility. Those are the options for you to consider.
Thank you.
So are we to presume we're moving forward with the EIDR?
That would be our request, okay. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I guess we'll open it up to board members for questions for the applicant, unless, Nora, I think you've given us all staff comments. So we'll move it to questions from board members. Josh, you have your hand up.
Hi, I just wanted to understand a little bit more in this compliance assessment that you did. The survey that you did was with meters that were calibrated back in 2014. How accurate do you feel that assessment is with equipment that is this poorly maintained?
Aiden, would you like to speak to the plans?
I'm not entirely sure I understand the question.
Yeah. So you submitted a radio frequency exposure post-installation FCC compliance assessment, correct?
I'm not entirely sure that's part of the A&E scope, and I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's not something that Dewberry was involved in.
I misunderstood your question, Josh. Could you please say that again? Let me see if I can find the document you're referring to.
A radio frequency exposure post-installation FCC compliance assessment that you submitted. Actually, looking at this now, the assessment date was back in 2015. So that's the last time you guys did this assessment. Is that correct? You haven't been out there since to evaluate how the site's being maintained or anything?
I could not speak to the radio frequency emission assessment.
Okay.
No, I do not have that expertise. I'm sorry. I can tell you that we comply with all FCC licenses and exposure requirements.
Okay. So I guess to that same extent, I guess you're telling me you can't answer that.
No, I cannot. I can't answer questions about emissions. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other board members with questions or comments for the applicant? Okay. No more information, right?
I have nothing else, no.
Okay. Do we have draft language for a possible
Yes.
motion?
Yes, just one second. Okay, so with this application, again, there are waivers, a number of different waivers for items that are required for EIDR, but not specific to a wireless communication overlay district application. The waivers that I recommend you grant are for a landscape plan, a stormwater plan and report, exterior lighting plan, traffic study, and a presentation model. And I have a draft motion here, if anyone is interested in making that motion.
I move that the planning board grant the following waivers in association with the application for wireless communication overlay district, environmental impact and design review, WCOD EIDR approval for the proposed alterations to the pre-existing non-conforming Verizon wireless facility at 690 Canton Street as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on July 15th, 2022. 1, waiver of landscape plan required pursuant to section 7.3.7.1.1 of the zoning bylaw. 2, waiver of stormwater plans and report required pursuant to section 7.3.7.1.6 of the zoning bylaw. 3, waiver of exterior lighting plan required pursuant to section 7.3.7.2 of the zoning bylaw. 4, waiver of traffic study required pursuant to section 7.3.7.3 of the zoning bylaw. And 5, waiver of presentation model required pursuant to section 7.3.7.7 of the zoning bylaw.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Josh, you still have a hand up. You're all set? Okay. With no further discussion, we'll take a roll call vote. Ellen?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
And I vote aye.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Then moving forward to a motion on the approval itself. I can read through this so that you can just say so moved if you're interested, or you can recommend any alterations if you want to. I move that the planning board grant Wireless Communication Overlay District Environmental Impact and Design Review WCOD EIDR approval for the proposed alterations to the pre-existing non-conforming Verizon wireless facility at 690 Canton Street as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on July 15, 2022, subject to the following conditions. 1, except as modified by the conditions and findings hereof, the project shall comply with the project plans and with the conditions of all prior approvals in all respects, and the applicant shall pursue completion of the project with reasonable diligence and continuity. 2, if the project or any condition imposed in this decision requires permit, license, or approval from any board or commission, including the Westwood Conservation Commission, Westwood Zoning Board of Appeals, Westwood Select Board, or any agency of the town of Westwood, or other regulatory agency of the Commonwealth or the federal government, the applicant shall make an appropriate application for the same. If any condition of such permit, license, or other approval from any other board, committee, or agency is inconsistent with this decision, the applicant shall make application to the planning board for an amendment of this decision, and the planning board shall consider such application in accordance with the requirements of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, and all applicable planning board rules and regulations. The visual and aesthetic impact, number 3, the visual and aesthetic impacts of the antennas, mounting brackets, and any other attachments shall be minimized to the fullest practical extent, and all components of the wireless communication facility shall be painted and maintained in a neutral gray color acceptable to the town planner. 4, the applicant shall submit an updated radio frequency emissions report. 5, the applicant shall verify through a report of an independent radio engineering consultant that the new and/or replaced antennas will not interfere with nor have any negative effect on the town's emergency radio communications. 6, all antennas, cabling, and accessory equipment shall be removed within 6 months of abandonment or discontinuance of use. The planning board shall receive notification of any abandonment or discontinuance of use. 7, a copy of this decision and the project plan shall be kept on the project site at all times during construction.
I adopt that motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Ellen?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
And I vote aye.
Thank you.
Okay. So we need to have a motion to close the hearing.
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Take a roll call vote. Kate?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Ellen?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
I vote aye. The hearing is closed.
All right. The next item on your agenda is not a public hearing. It's a pre-application discussion of an anticipated mixed-use and multifamily residential overlay district special permit application for a proposed mixed-use development at 22 Everett Street. And this is further discussion following a similar discussion that was had at the July 12th meeting. So I will bring in the participants for this discussion. We have Giorgio Petruzziello, Peter Zalka, and Mike McKee.
Did you say July 12th is when we last heard this?
July 12th, yes. That was
Okay.
when you discussed it, and Mr. Petruzziello had a proposal. You had some comments on that, and he has revised his proposal in an attempt to address some of those concerns. Okay, I think Mr. Zalka would like to start the presentation.
Yes, good evening. I know you've had a long night, so we will attempt to be quick at the same time, noting that this is probably the most important meeting we're going to have with you, because it's going to determine whether or not we have a project which the board believes is viable for us to be submitting a full application. As indicated, we were last before you for an initial pre-application meeting back on July 12th. At that time, I presented an overview of the property. It's in my last memo, so I'll keep this short, other than to remind everybody that the property has about 6.8 acres of land and 550 some odd feet of frontage on Everett Street. And while we've been calling this 22 Everett Street for purposes of discussion, it's actually 22 Everett Street and either 0 Everett Street, sometimes referred to as 34 Everett Street, but just call it 22. As I indicated, you may remember last time, my client has entered into a purchase and sales agreement to buy the property, subject to him obtaining certain permits and approvals. And simply, my client desires to redevelop the property pursuant to your newly enacted zoning bylaw provisions for a mixed use and multi-family residential overlay district, which I like better, called Mumford. At the last meeting, to refresh your mind, we presented a project that had a floor area of approximately 242,000 square feet. It was contained in 4 buildings, 7,000 square feet of retail commercial space. I believe it was 215 units, and it had a parking lot with 344 parking spaces. Excuse me. At that meeting, the board made a lot of, I think, reasonable, rational comments, questions, and recommendations, including, of course, reduce the density, revise the architectural style to be more village-like, try to add more open space and more green space, and show the enhancement of amenities. I think, as you'll see this evening, my client listened and seriously considered those comments from the board. And as a result, tonight we're going to present a project that reduces the floor area by over 24,000 square feet, reduced the number of buildings from 4 to 2, has a reduction of about 57 dwelling units down to 158. You'll see enhanced open space, green space, and amenities, more village-like style, and a reduction in the parking by 68 spaces down to 274. As I indicated at the last meeting as well, while I think from my client's perspective, and hopefully the town, this is an exciting project, this site does have a number of challenges, which we don't find on too many sites. And I think it's a challenge for both the developer as the town. We're trying to do a balancing act here in a sense of something that the town can see is worthwhile going forward, at the same time makes economic sense to my client in terms of going forward to permit and purchase this property. And again, without my going into deeply, but again, as we talked about last time, and as the board is aware, this site is has a lot of environmental waste, which requires cleanup once you touch those buildings. In addition to that, we have South Brook and I believe it's Purgatory Brook that run through this property, and significant additional costs of redeveloping this site in terms of cleaning up those properties. I think the best way to tell the story, if I could, is to turn this over to Mike McKay, the project architect, and he'll make a presentation in terms of what is being proposed currently before the board for your consideration and comments.
Thank you, Peter. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Michael McKay, offices in Dedham, Massachusetts. Can I share the screen?
Go right ahead.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, where is everything? I have all kinds of things open. Oh, just what you need late at night is me not being able to find my drawings that I have.
Take your time. Take your time.
1 second. Okay. Some of the first 4 slides that I'm showing are actually from the original presentation, just a context slide, Washington Street and Everett. where my mouse is going. I'll just go through these quickly. And again, Everett, the train tracks, and then Washington Street, running horizontal on this one. The original proposal had 4 buildings, as Peter mentioned. I won't go through the numbers. We were tight to the brook in almost all cases with both parking and the buildings. And feedback and comments were, that was one of the comments, was to the density, but also to, give some breathing room to the brook. So that's something that will show that we have. And then the design was more of a contemporary, modern design, maybe something Westwood Station type of, or maybe slightly enhanced design. So what we're proposing tonight is a completely revamped design. So this is kind of a cover sheet, but a street view as you're heading towards Washington Street on Everett. We have reduced the number of buildings to 2. This building is actually a ground floor plan because we're trying to show there's some parking and some retail. There's 12,000 square feet of retail, 158 units in the 2 buildings. We've separated, we've pushed back from the brook by a minimum of 25 feet and really enhanced the open space. I think that was one of the comments, too much density, but also not enough green space. So we have really enhanced it. And we have a video that will show, it's hopefully it can keep everybody awake, but it's about a 3-minute video of kind of a walkthrough that I'll show after the plans. That the brook itself, I think I minimized it at the last meeting, that I called it a drainage ditch, and because that's really what it looks like right now. If you walk the site, which I have many times, it's overgrown. There's trash. There's shopping carts. It's just completely underutilized and overgrown with invasive species. So what we've done, and we've taken this time over the last couple of months to come up with a plan that really enhances the brook, and we'll bring it back, and the cost to do so with walking bridges and trails and dog parks. And so just quickly, the retail in the front, this building in the front has parking along the Everett, which we did in the past, the previous design, and that's to give the retail a little bit of a boost with parking. The driveway along the east side of the property was also located there, and that provides access to the rear building. And all of these little paths that you see are walking paths that connect to a playground, a sports court, open space in the middle in the courtyard area. And this little piece right here is a dog park, or a dog walking park that would be, we're exploring the option of how this would all be accessible to the town. It's not a private, would not be a private walkway and dog park. This would be, the space would be accessed by the town. And that's something, again, that will be explored over the course of our future meetings. And I think the main takeaway was going back to the drawing board on our design style. So we've many years ago, when we were working on the Islington redevelopment, we looked at many different village design options. And when you look at villages and you look at towns and you look at Edgartown and you look at Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and you look at Wellesley, and town after town has different styles. The village Islington has taken on its own, gable roof style, but we've gone in a slightly different direction on this design style, but it's still, the materials are familiar materials. This clapboard, and that what we're showing here is a kind of a shingle siding with crown moldings, and retail is more familiar with panels and oversized colonial windows. Again, definitely more of a village feel. Some of the images that we were provided back at the beginning of Islington, that, this is kind of a take on one of those design images. The buildings, this is a corner view from sort of, you're at the corner of walking down that little incline from Washington Street to down Everett. This would be the view. This is the residential entrance to this particular building, to the front building. There's some parking along and hidden parking in this area that we've still add windows and some flower boxes, and you'll see that in the rendering a little bit too. But so this building has some different elements, this little turret. But again, this is the entrance to the residential. This is a street view from across the street. I think I have 2 or 3 of these. And I'll go through them quickly. Again, the rendering will show it a little bit more detailed, the video. And you'll see this is just that front building that's kind of fully developed. Just some images of what, some things that we're looking to do. It could be a pickleball court, or it could be a full tennis court. We can see how that works out, but really develop courtyards and walking spaces and sitting areas. And so I think that's the thought in this courtyard. And more images, playground. This would be the playground would most likely be for the residents, but bike paths and lots of bike storage. I think the other thing we looked at is electric car charging stations. That's sort of a given that we would be providing. Floor plans, I'll probably skip the floor plans. Other than the top floor, what we've done is instead of 4-story buildings, we'll still have partially a 4-story in the front building, but it's stepped back approximately 20 feet from the street, so that it's the visual is it's a 3-story building, and that's what the renderings show. There, we had a company prepare these drawings off of our CAD files and with context, with site context, and you can't see this edge because it's stepped back so far. We would also have all the mechanical equipment would be hidden inside of the roof of this upper area, so that would not be visible at all. And again, just 3 different elevation views of that front building, and the rear building would be a similar style. I would like to just show you this quick video, and I know it's late, so I'm going to go through it as fast as I can. This is a drone shot of, is everybody seeing this?
We're still seeing your elevations.
Okay. The images, then I have to stop. Yes. Okay. All right. It's gonna work, I'm telling you. Did earlier. Okay, sorry everyone. Here it is. This is a drone shot from taken of the site, and you'll see the industrial, use. It's a good way to really see it. All this, the trees are the brook on the right side. The brook kind of cuts all the way through the site. And you'll also see the brook coming up along the right. There's a completely paved areas and landscaping materials that are laying over and trucks up against the property line and up against the brook. You know, this is the brook here. So it's completely overgrown, and you know, buildings that are, you know, obviously in terrible condition. And coming through towards Everett Street. And then now we'll transition into a video that of our proposal. Come up in a second. So this is the residential entrance coming along that parking area along in the front of Everett Street. Now we're in the property now, walking bridges over the brook and paths. This is sort of takes you on a little story of what we're proposing. The brook is not full like this right now, especially, but you would never see it. So our goal is to bring the brook back to what it was with native species. I know Giorgio can speak. He had a brief meeting with the conservation agent. This is a little dog park. Kind of a fun video. This takes us across another bridge into a little courtyard area of the front building. I don't know where that guy's walking to. Going over the brook again, coming into a playground area, and then a sport court. Back over another bridge to the rear building with the parking in the front, and this sort of gives us an aerial view of the front building. And you can see that step back. Right, I'm going to stop sharing. The one thing that, again, on the brook itself, we found out, we did some research on it, and we found that it got a grade of a D- in 2021 from the EPA watershed report. And a lot of that was based on runoff. And what this site contributes dramatically to that. There's no storm water, obviously, and everything is paved right up to the property. And our project would completely reverse that. We would have 100% storm water, and by bringing the brook back or the landscaping back and not choking it as it is now, would be a major improvement to the project. And that's what the video we hope shows that. So that's my presentation. Sorry, I was a little messed up on this screen sharing.
Thanks, Mike. So I'm going to say it because a lot of times planning boards say it. You guys made Giorgio and Mike put their thinking caps on, and clearly, I think what we're presenting tonight is miles ahead of what we showed you last time. In other words, it's a much, much better project. I will indicate that the project does satisfy all of the Mumford requirements except for two. One is that we are still showing parking in front of the building with the commercial space. We think that's necessary to help the commercial space, both in terms of being able to lease the commercial space, but also for those buildings. In addition to that, otherwise, I'll get to the second one in a second, which is probably the biggest point, but in terms of the exceptions, but we satisfied all the Mumford dimensional requirements, lot, project area, setbacks, and height. We satisfy the parking requirements. 246 we determined were required. We're providing 276. We're required to have 10% 3-bedroom units, which is 17 units. That's in this proposal. Required to have 15% affordable. We have 24 units, which will be distributed evenly across the mix of 1, 2, and 3s based on the percentages that are in there now. Interesting, even though we significantly reduced it, the school and traffic impacts as we're preliminarily looking at them, and clearly we're hiring, traffic engineers. We're bringing in someone to do a full fiscal analysis as well as an analysis of potential impacts on the schools. But it's really the same as what we had shown the last time. One of the questions that came up last time was about the taxes, just to clarify it. Excuse me, I'm sorry. The current owner indicates to me that they pay currently about $45,000 in real estate taxes. That was a question that came up. We envision the potential taxes to be at least 10 times that, $400,000 or $500,000 per year. So really the big question is, the second exception is we're allowed a density of 15 units per acre, which is 102 units. We're above that with the 158. And that goes to making, as we said before, the project viable. I'm not a construction guy. If I could, Mr. Chairman, through you, I'd just like Giorgio to address that. I think that if we didn't have these other issues on this site, it may be possible to do 102 units. But given these other parameters, it just doesn't work. And we believe that, and that's why we spent a lot of time before we came back, is, let's get it down as low as we can get it down and present that to the board. And hopefully with the understanding of exceptional project costs that you wouldn't have in any other site because of the environmental, both hazardous waste and because of the brooks. But if I could, through you, have Giorgio sort of address those issues.
Thank you, Peter, and good evening, everyone. So as Peter said, the added cost of the site is because of the contamination. It is a Superfund site. We have budgeted of $1.1 million to $1.2 million for cleanup. And unfortunately, costs rise every day on this with the way the economy is going. And so just that alone, you would not have on your typical site. The river and the contamination really almost going hand in hand when it comes to cleanup. There's a big if where the building is and how close to the river is and how close the contamination is to that river. So if they did right now, it's determined it's about 8 to 10 feet away from that river. So it's going to take some really almost reconstructing of that river. So that means new culverts, taking out all the old bridges, taking the building down in sections, shoring. So you're talking about another $700,000 to $800,000 right there. So you're adding $2 million on top of the cost of just the land itself for this project to happen. So that's where we come up with the 158. I would love 102, but it's unrealistic. The numbers will not work. Today alone, as Peter said, the site brings in $45,000 in taxes. I call it the junkyard. You guys call it the tumble bus site. It's a junkyard. I don't know if anybody from the planning board has ever been in there or walked the site. It's a complete mess. It is a big, big moneymaker for the owner. He has not touched the site in years. He lives down the Cape. He collects money every single month, and 1 month covers his tax bill, and the rest is just a cash cow. And to me, owning a junkyard like this and having a Superfund site, it won't work. So with that said, just the reason why we're at that 158 number is because of the expense of and making this site where it has to be really another landmark in Westbrook. So with that said, that's how we got to our numbers today. That's it.
Hey, Georgia, you want to mention your amenities? What are you talking about?
Yeah, so we took back, a lot of people talked about amenities and what are we going to do for the town, and so we took that and we did add a lot of amenities to our site, but we also wanted to bring something that we thought and we felt that this project, it's right outside of Islington. It's really going to help Islington, and with all the new development coming up, or really around the corner, the old press factory getting redone, another building I hear that's further down, the insurance company getting redone. The only real building that's not going to be touched is the old Morrison Park snack shack. So we want to propose bringing that snack shack that's at Morrison Park really up to date, bringing a brand new facility at that snack shack. Building up to, we just finished one. If anybody'd like to tour it, it's up at the Gonzalez Field, Gonzalez Field in Dedham. And this is what we feel that, a project that would benefit some type of mitigation, as they say, to enhance really the Islington area. The other amenities, I mean, we talked, I think Mike touched on that a little bit, a more on-site walking trail, sports courts, the bridges, really adding the the brook into this part, into the area, the bike racks, electric car charge station, indoor community space, and really the dog park. That's something that we got to talk about, how we're going to make that dog park public, if the town wants to make it public. So we are adding a lot more amenities, and hopefully the town would like those amenities to be added within the community. I think that's it, Pete. Anything else that we should touch on?
No, I just want to go back. So, as I say, as Jojo mentioned, the site is what it is today. The reason why it probably hasn't been sold to date, that others that have looked at it, at least prior to the new zoning coming in, and I know there's been proposals in the past that just, for a variety of reasons didn't get off the ground, but we do have this hidden cost. We try to address that. We try to address your concerns and questions that you brought up last time. And again, we'll listen to your comments again on this one, but hopefully, I think as someone said, go home and sharpen your pencil, and we hope that you found that this was done on this project before we came back tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think it needs to be said that this particular zoning that we're talking about, the Attorney General has asked for a 90-day extension. I'm sure you're well aware. So essentially, we don't have a zone right now as of today. So we're hearing you with what we put in place in mind, but we don't know, like anybody, what's going to happen with the Attorney General. So I do appreciate you heard our comments 2 months ago. You heard my comment about please don't return with the same old thing each time. Hear us and respond. And I think, it's obvious you made significant changes to what you had presented before. So at this point, I'll put it open to planning board members to ask questions of the applicant about what we just saw. Josh, yes.
I'll even lower my hand this time. I guess first and foremost, to sort of address some of your hidden costs, as you call them, have you touched base with the Mass DEP about the Brownfields Redevelopment Fund?
Well, we have not. That's something that we have to consider, but I know for the site has been on the DEP's radar for 30 plus years.
Oh, yeah.
It's a self-inflicted contamination. Yep. So there's different parameters that have to go through the process, and it's not something I'm just starting to look at that, but it's not something I can apply for. It's something that the owner can apply for, because the way they look at it is he is getting a certain monetary, he's selling the site and he's making money on it.
Yeah.
And so it's a little different than if I own the site already.
It's actually this specific program. I'm sure there's a lot, and maybe we're cross-talking programs, but like this specific one, actually the owner who contaminated the site cannot apply for this. It has to be a new owner who's taking a leap of faith, doing exactly what you're doing, trying to better the community, better the state, better our environment, and that you're being incentivized to do that with very low or interest-free loans, per site. So I think that could also help make this project more equitable for you if you could tap into some of that as well, with some of these discussions. And I'm assuming in the future, even some of the public feedback So, I just wanted to bring that up for you, which could really make this much more appealing. I mean, just reading quickly, it's up to $500,000, interest free, it looks like, for cleanup, right? So that helps a lot, just saving that interest money and getting some extra capital. And I'm sure there's other parts of the program that I'm not as well versed with. So I guess, sort of like I alluded to, I know you did a lot of work with Islington, and of course, no matter how much outreach you do, there's always going to be some negative feedback. But do you envision doing some significant outreach with this project as well, especially given how much anxiety, I'll say, was around even the increases to density?
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that we like to do is do a major outreach, do these neighborhood meetings. It really helps really design the right project that fits the community. We've learned that through Islington really a lot. We've held a lot of meetings, and Islington wouldn't be what it is today without the public input, to be honest. The success we've had with the Muffin House and these other, what people wanted is exactly what they got. So yes, I think it's very, very important. Once we get to the next level, the outreach is important for us.
I mean, in honestly, I might even suggest you start this on the sooner side than even when everything's like solidified. I think the public would appreciate that, engaging them early on, hearing them out about concerns with the density, your designs. I also think that it would be useful if some of this design material was actually put up on the planning board site, or because we only had a very limited sort of narrative available to us, at least from what I saw. I don't know if anybody else saw these plans in advance. But I think that's another way to start this conversation. Another more technical thing that I'm a little bit worried about, especially given this last summer of water bans in the town of Westwood, a site like that's going to demand a lot of water. And have you guys evaluated like water reclamation systems or anything to capture and lower that impact on the community in that fashion?
We have not done that yet, but I am familiar with that process. We've done it before, where we take all the storm runoff, put them into detention ponds under the ground, and that's what we use for really irrigation and everything else.
Exactly.
So we will have that. That's, as you said, that was one of my biggest worries as well. We don't want brown grass.
Exactly. It's gonna
dying.
Spoil everything. Yep.
Right. So that's one of the things that we have to go into as we get further down the line.
Yep. And I know the community, when I try to take pride in my lawn and it's like white because it's so burned, and then I go there and you guys are still sprinklering and you're not using sustainable methods, and I'll be pretty annoyed. So, and I'm sure everybody else. Cool. Thank you. And I appreciate all your work coming back, just like Chris said, really listening to what we had to say, trying to refine that. And, I think other people are probably going to comment on this. If we can, get that density down a little bit more even by like configuration, I think that would be a win as well. I can't imagine we can go too much further, but I think anything you can do would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. Thank you, Josh. Ellen, you had your hand up.
I do. I'll figure out how to put my hand down later. First of all, as has already been said, I was very pleased when I opened the revised plans, and thank you for really processing everything we had to say. And I know I had a lot to say last time, so I also want to give you the kudos for, I feel like you really listened, you heard what we had to say, and that the new design, it's a complete 180 from the original design. I love the proposal for the grounds, love it. So that's my initial feedback. A couple of questions, because I did kind of walk the site, but it's kind of icky, and I didn't really want to walk too far into the site. But are parts of the brook currently under some of the pavement through culverts? So
yes.
It is. Okay. So looking at your proposal, it looks like you're planning to daylight all of the brook and then use, nice looking stone various types of bridges. Is that correct?
Correct. So there's four or five big culverts that cover the wetland, cover the brook. We're going to pull them all out and open them all up, and those are the sections where we're going to put like the wooden bridges where people can walk over. if you noticed on the plan, there's no real truck or vehicle connection between the two buildings yet. It's more pedestrian and bikes to walk. It's really a walking along the river. So we're taking all that out and opening the whole brook up. We really designed the whole site around the brook.
No, I that's the impression I got. And I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes, it's not necessarily showing if there's something over it. But I did feel like there was significant parts of the brook that are currently buried. So I love that you're going to daylight them. I mean, that's for the integrity of the brook. That's excellent. So I really like that. And that you're adding green space along the banks. That's really important. I think there's a lot in what you're doing that will restore the habitats that have been destroyed over the years by contamination and neglect, and will create new habitats. So I'm really excited about that. Speaking of near the brook, I love the idea of a dog park, but I guess the one concern I would have about that is waste right near the brook. So I would really push for making sure that you had stringent cleanup requirements and that they were very strictly enforced, because it would be a shame to rehabilitate the health of the brook and then, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, that was one of, actually, Karen, we met with Karen, the conservation department at the site, and that was one of her concerns, but she came up with a couple suggestions on how to handle that. So again, those are the things that we're gonna have to be working with through the engineering department and all that.
Excellent. But if you've already started having those conversations, that makes me feel a lot better. Couple of editorial notes. I would love to see with these brand new buildings, some solar panels on the roofs, not just solar ready, and that maybe that could work into a benefit for you if you had electric utilities, which is also good for your tenants, eventually, that there's a cost reduction there. But, I'm thinking of not just, I love that the health of that site is going to be far better, but I'm also thinking of other kind of like what Josh was saying about, reclaiming water. If we could keep the fossil fuel imprint down, I would be very happy with that too. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. The design, I prefer this design to the one that you brought to us initially, but I personally, this is again, just my opinion, I still think I'd like something that was more cohesive with the rest of Islington, that kind of echoed that a little bit more. I do see the call outs to it in this design, but I think I personally would still like that tie-in to the rest of Islington Village, because while it is kind of on the corner of Islington Village, what I've heard from the community is they would like to see Islington be more cohesive in general. So that's again, just my opinion. As Josh alluded to, I would also like to see if we could get the density down a bit more. I know you have costs and whatnot, and it may not be viable with this project, but if there's a way to bring it down a little bit more, I think that would also help as far as getting community support. One more question for you. Mr. Giordano at our last meeting had suggested that, as you haven't actually purchased the property yet, that maybe you could try and negotiate some of the cleanup costs with the seller. And I was curious if A, if you had, and B, if you'd had any luck.
That's what I was going to talk about next. So we've had that.
Ellen, you stole my thunder. I was just about to ask that again.
So we've had that conversation, and say the least, he's ready to walk away right now. Even if I talk to him again, after this meeting, if it went one way or another, I think he would really not even take my call anymore. So it's very, very difficult to sell as you see the site. With everything that you liked, Ellen, and some of the other planning board members, like you said about the green space, all these retention ponds, the solar, that's the stuff that I like as well. And I think it's important to the community, the architecture, all the important things are very expensive. So that's why we are where we are with this number. And I have to be 100% honest with you, we control a lot of the construction, because not only do we own the property and own the building, we really manage the construction. We manage the property after it's built. So we control a lot of those costs. So we know what those costs are now, and which is great. But I'm also worried about where the economy is going to be in 2 years and where the interest rate is going to be in 2 years. So that's where we come out with this number of 158. We really run our numbers really, really tight, because I know we only have one chance at this, and that's tonight. If it doesn't, if we don't come to some kind of agreement, you won't see me back here again. So I just want to put that out there that I'm going to try my best to lower that number, but it's really where we have to be to make this project economical and really make it a beautiful building and a project like we all want it. So I think that has to be addressed. That has to be said tonight.
No, I appreciate you being completely upfront about that and also about your conversations with the seller, because that's good to know. Thank you.
Nora has experience with the seller.
Yeah, I can imagine. So I appreciate that. And I only have one more question and then I'll let someone else have the floor. And my question is actually for Mr. Hearn. I know that the look on your face, like, I know that the Attorney General had requested an extension on this and one other article, not all of them. So I'm curious what their concern is, or, why these two articles?
That's not something they share with you freely. They need more time to review the two articles, is what I was told.
Okay. Did they happen to mention whether or not it had anything to do with the complaint that had been filed about the process? So I'm just trying to get a sense as to where they're going to land on this.
We're bordering on stuff that's not on this agenda. If you want to call me privately and talk to me, that's fine, but I don't want to risk an open meeting law violation talking something that's not on the agenda.
Fair enough.
I have some questions. I was going to follow up on that same line, Pat, but I not now and not on this discussion.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk to you individually.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so at the end of the day, all we know is the bylaw will not exist at the very earliest until the end of November.
Was that for Mr. Ahern?
They have until, I think the date is November 29th to tell us what they decide. Usually they don't take all that time, but we'll know more sometime between now and November 29th.
Okay, that's helpful. Because as I'm just thinking about what Mr. Ames had suggested about outreach, and I think that can be tricky, not knowing whether or not we're actually going to have a zone. So thank you, that's helpful. And I will likely be calling you before the week's out so that we can discuss that further. Thank you, I am done.
All right, thank you, Ellen. Any other board members with comments or questions? Phil?
I'll lower my hand. I just want to give a pat on the back to the revised pre-application memo. I want to just echo some of the comments said, but I was the one who said that I had some sticker shock, and I didn't quite echo the chair's statement, don't come back unless it's going to be something significant, but this is significant. And I would love to see this space work with you guys and to get it in what your vision is. I think it looks good. I like the ideas. I'm not gonna, it's late at night, so I'm not gonna, come to kind of, get into the, the aesthetics or something like that. I love the green space. And I think that you've done a tremendous step forward. I will echo the density. If there's a tweak, you're going to get a lot of more smiles on this board, I'm sure. But your proposal is really solid. I really like it. It's late. I'll let.
Thank you.
All right. Any other board members with a comment? Questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I do just want to say it's really gorgeous. Like it's Mr. McKay, you just did it's gorgeous. I love that I haven't seen it in developments in neighboring towns. Like it's very different. So I appreciate that and everything everybody else has said. And I am, of course, thinking 102 units versus 158 units is a lot more. and it's, 11:19 at night. So this isn't what I do like my best math. So I would say it's a lot more. So the density is something to think about, but it's gorgeous. And, we've seen what you do in Islington. So I think that's all I'm going to say. It's really gorgeous.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I did have just a couple, I know it's late and I apologize, but in this particular iteration, how many units are you projecting to be affordable units?
I think the bylaw reads 15%, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, so it is 15%.
Okay.
24 units.
24.
Correct. Sorry, I don't have the right numbers in front of me.
Sorry. What the visions for the commercial space, is that all retail? Or is it office?
Right now, it's we figured it as retail.
And what's the square footage that you're allocating for that?
12,000
12,000
square feet.
Okay. Nora, are you able to, off the top of your head, what do we have in town that's commercial 12,000? Anything that we could draw a reference from?
If you want me to answer that
If
question.
you know the answer, go ahead, George.
So the new building that we just built at the steeple, that commercial space is total of 13,000 feet.
So the first floor.
Correct. So
The
it's very
Muffin
similar.
House and the Italian restaurant.
Exactly. So it's very similar in size.
And the Edward Jones.
Correct.
Okay. The flyby, it struck me that you only have one lane going in and one lane going out. Having two lanes leaving, a right and a left turn may better facilitate all those cars trying to leave in the morning to work or whatever. But a left turn and a right turn dedication. It looks like you had the room to do that, but we can talk about that another time. And then I was thinking about, we have a new sidewalk connection at the end of this zone that basically gets you to the East Street Bridge. And I'm wondering if there's a way to create a connectivity for pedestrians from this site to that would better facilitate people to get up to the train station instead of walking, if you're in that back residential, walking all the way forward to Everett around the train and then up Washington. It will add, a possible connection would reduce the walking up to the Islington train stop. So I'm just wondering if that's a possibility. I was looking at Google Maps and it would take some cooperation with at least one building owner, maybe two, to create something to connect to it. But I think it would create a far more not user-friendly. It would be used more, frankly, the connection that had just been redeveloped maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And my only other thing is, everyone else has said, 158, I'm sensitive to it. I'm not saying it's a definite no, but it's 50% more than what we're hoping it was zoned for. So I'm mindful of that. And I understand the reason we're talking about a special permit is that number was going to be north of the 102. And we're not talking about a by right, but I do appreciate all the work that went into what we saw. It's a very impressive development. And I think the only qualms anyone could really have with the redevelopment of this site at in this manner is the density. And I really don't even think the density of people would be an issue for most townspeople. I think it would be the concern and the unknown about the impact to schools. And I'm not saying definitively that's where I'm going, but I think that that's my take on this. If we're increasing by 50% the density, then I think that's a consideration we have to make. And then, Georgia, I've heard all of your explanations, and I'm not saying they're not all valid, but we have that to consider. But I would be in favor of hearing more you know, if we get our zoning as we hope, I'd be in favor of hearing more and working with you to see if we can come up with a win-win for our town and for you.
I appreciate it.
Okay, this is not a hearing. So I think you've heard some good feedback from the board. Nora, is there anything else you'd like to add for the board members?
So the only thing I think before the development team decides whether they're moving forward or not to consider this more, there were 2 waivers that would be required. One of them is allowing parking in front of a building. I think that they just want to hear that that's not a deal breaker for the board members. And I'm sorry, Mike, what was the other waiver? Late.
I'm not sure.
Actually, I believe that was the only waiver. The density was a special permit.
The
So
density was a special permit. Okay, so that was right. So that was the only waiver from the requirements then. So I think that's just, you know, to kind of get that off the plate. In this case, the grading of the site, it's so much lower than Everett Street. So I don't think you'd have the same feel as if the parking was right up against the street. You already have that drop, and there is some landscaping that's proposed. So I would not be opposed to having parking in front of a building in this one instance, but I think that it would be helpful if board members could weigh in on that.
Definitely not a deal breaker for me.
Not for me either. Just want to, you know, just tying in with traffic issues, because that would be something that obviously we would look at, but that's not a deal breaker, I think.
Yeah, I think as long as any issues that could present themselves as far as safety for pedestrians walking along that, because that is a busy sidewalk, I think if it's handled correctly, then it would not be a deal breaker for me either. But I am going to be really interested in that aspect of it, making sure that it's not problematic for the pedestrians on that sidewalk.
yeah, if I could, and again, I know it's late, I don't mean to belabor this. One thing about I noticed when you wrote the bylaw, and this is going to the density issue, once you become a special permit, if I'm reading it right, it looks like the economic study is triggered by the fact that we're asking for a special permit. And typically, and in this case, we would probably be hiring 2 people, one sort of an overall economic person, as well as somebody to look at, well, maybe the same person, but more in terms of the schools. But typically, as we go through and get closer, you know, but they sit down, you know, with the right people in your school department, because it's good for us to come up and say, hey, there's going to be 40 kids and nobody believes it, or there's going to be 50 kids and nobody believes it. But, you know, it's important to know, sitting down with those people, where do those 40 students, or potentially where do those 40 students go? How do they, you know, what's the distribution, and then what is the overall impact on the school system? So that's clearly part of the package that we would come in with, as well as, of course, full traffic reports, et cetera. So, but the way I read your bylaw, if we were at 102, we wouldn't need the economic study. And I think it specifically says looking at the impacts on the school, but we would do an overall economic analysis of the entire project anyway. So,
and looking with regard to the parking in front, I also don't have an issue. Progressive has parking. I know it's a different zoning that we're talking about, different use, but and so does Mercedes. So for continuity along Everett Street, there is parking right there between building and street. So I don't think it would be introducing anything crazy to do that. So that waiver would not be a deal breaker for me.
Yeah, no, nor would it be for me, but it did get me thinking when I pull in there to go to the stores. I also might want to be able to pull over to the dog park. So can I get to the dog park from the store with my car, or is that the other driveway?
I think we need to work that's a detail we need to work out with our traffic engineer.
I'm just imagining myself going, no, I could park in front and I'd be okay with me parking in front. I was like, but I would definitely take my dog.
Yeah.
So make that work if you could.
Yeah, we need to make that needs to be developed.
All right. Any other comments or questions from board members for the applicant? Okay. I don't see any. I hope that Peter, Mike, and Giorgio, you've got feedback from us. I hope you feel satisfied that we've been open and honest with you about our response to your project. If you're looking for anything more, please ask now or forever hold your peace.
No, I think I appreciate everybody. I know it's late. I think we came here really with our heart on the table at this point. We're going to try to do the best we can with what we have and make the economics work. If we can lower the units, we will. But we really, it's tough. It really is, and we will try. As Phil said, sharpen your pencil. I think I can't sharpen it anymore, but we'll try to squeeze a little more lead out of it if we can, hopefully.
I think we can help you though.
I hope so. Tax credits? Is that what you want to start talking about?
Not at this hour.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right. Thank you for coming.
Good night. Make sure to check out that program too, though, Giorgio.
What was that?
Make sure to check out that program through the Mass DEP. I mean, that could change some of the economics for you as well. So,
Josh, maybe you can share that with Nora, and Nora can pass that on, whatever info you had.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night, everyone.
You too. Good night.
Thanks.
Okay. Nora, we have a couple other things, but I really think in the interest of time, we should just maybe focus on the adoption of the minutes from the last two meetings. And
so there is one item I have to ask you to take up because you're going to run out of time. You have an A&R plan. So I think it should be very quick.
Forgot about the A&R.
On my screen. Let me see if I can get that.
We're starting to approach University Station days of meetings, by the way.
I'm still at work, so
starting to approach.
I'm not lasting much longer.
I'm sure you have a cot there somewhere, Phil.
Yeah, great. That's not my idea of a good time.
I can remember Islington Station till midnight at the Downey School.
Yeah. Good times.
All right. Not sure why I can't show this.
How great is Islington Station? Like totally worth it.
For some reason I have it here, but it's not displaying. Let me see if I can open it in a different window.
There ought to be a law against technical difficulties after 11:30.
Ah, that is so true.
It's called adjournment.
I think I just have to move this to a different part of my computer. Just give me 1 minute. I'm sorry, it's just not coming up. Did anyone have a chance to look at it? It was in your packet.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just can't get it onto the screen. So this is a proposal for a single lot that's on Manhattan Street, 375 Manhattan Street, dividing it into two lots. One lot would have a building that's currently under construction. The other lot would have no building and in fact would be designated on the plan as a non-buildable lot because it has a significant amount of wetlands. There's not enough upland to meet our zoning bylaw requirement. So the applicant is Andrew Musto. Why he wants to divide, I don't know. Perhaps he thinks that he could appeal the zoning bylaw section that requires uplands on a buildable lot. But I have looked over the plan and I don't think you could say that it is a subdivision. Both lots have adequate frontage and adequate access. So I don't think there's any reason why the board would not endorse it, but it is your choice to either vote to endorse the plan as not showing a subdivision or to allow it to become effective without endorsement after 21 days. So those are the options that are available for you to consider.
So Nora, this it looks a lot like a jigsaw puzzle. This is conforming with a shape factor.
So they didn't give us a shape factor analysis, but our zoning bylaw only allows the shape factor to be considered in subdivision applications, not in approval not required applications.
Okay.
So although most engineers give us that number just to show that it complies nonetheless, this
We
engineer
couldn't use it anyway.
We can't, no.
Okay.
I believe it is compliant because it's a wide enough lot. Generally, a lot that's either square or rectangular in nature, even if it has a lot of jags, it usually meets that lot shape factor.
And you're saying it's not considered buildable because there's not enough upland area?
Right. So if
We would need 60,000?
wish I could show you, you need 60,000, and there's a chart that
This is
shows what there is.
48,900.
Yes, 48,959.
Okay.
So it's
So you're
short of the
wondering if
required.
that could be their challenge?
That-
If in our
I
bylaws?
can't imagine why they would otherwise do that, unless it's a case of, they want to sell the house without extra land that the new owner would be taxed on that they couldn't use. I don't know the thinking behind it. I just know this is the proposal, and I see
Okay.
no reason not to endorse it, but
Nora, may I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Is he willing to stipulate that the other lot is not buildable?
it says
It
right
says
on the
so.
plan.
It says it right
It says
on
on
it.
the plan,
It says,
not buildable.
yeah, right on the wetlands portion. It states not to be
That's the
considered a
source of our
buildable lot.
confusion.
Right.
Why
so
would you
the,
do
so
this?
the state calls this a one lot plan, where they create one lot that is not buildable, and does not give you the right to object to it or call it a subdivision. So you either endorse it or you just allow it to become a
It's
parcel
going to happen either way.
without endorsement. It's going to happen either way within 21 days from the date of application. So before your next meeting.
I guess
Okay,
I'm
so-
a little on the fence. I'm sorry. I'm just,
Oh, go
he's
ahead.
not here, is he? Because like, for me, I mean, I know it's going to happen either way, but as far as signing my name on it and endorsing it, like, if he's thinking, hey, this is unbuildable, maybe I'll donate it as conservation land and take a tax write-off, I'm in favor of that. But if it's someone who's going to try and challenge, and I'm not a big fan of building on top of wetlands for many reasons. So it would really be helpful to have a better idea of why he wants to do this, but I guess we don't get that.
He's not obligated to share that with us.
Right. So all they have to do is submit the plan. And once they've submitted it, it becomes effective. If you haven't signed it, they don't have to speak to it. So I have not spoken to the applicant. He has not told me his intentions. I just don't know.
So if we approve it, do we have to go to the police station and sign it? And if we don't approve it, we don't have to go sign it?
Yes. Yes.
So why don't we just not approve it, but say it was a great idea and just, I don't want to go to the police station if I don't have to.
So I have concerns. There's the famous Lamb case, and I don't remember who the second party is, which allows parties to get variances to develop odd-shaped lots that have various problems. And just because you have that lot and you bought it that way doesn't mean you aren't entitled to a variance. So I think you have a more defendable position if you approve it and sign it with the stipulation that he's not going to develop it. If you just allow it to happen, I'm not saying he's going to get it anyway, but I think you have a more defendable position that way.
That's helpful. Thank you.
That persuades me.
But the police station is like 2 miles from my house.
Don't have to walk, Kate. You got to
All right, Chair.
Walk your dog there.
Walk your dog.
It's good exercise.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that, Pat. That sounds like the thing to do.
It just, I had to research that case for another matter, and it just, as soon as you described it, I said, ooh, this might be a Lamb exception. So.
And just, Kate used the word approved. This is an A&R approval not required.
You endorse.
So endorse, right, is the operative word that we're using in the motion. What, Pat?
And a good reason for you to endorse it is to enforce the stipulation that the second lot cannot be built on. And that could even be part of your motion.
Okay. With that leading statement, anyone care to make a motion?
Legal
So I
advice.
have a motion for you. If you,
Oh, we have language, okay.
there you go.
I move that the planning board find the approval not required application for 375 Manhattan Street dated August 10th, 2022 to be complete, and that the board vote to endorse the submitted plan as not requiring approval under the subdivision control laws.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I will take a roll call vote. Ellen,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Phil,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well.
Okay, now there's nothing else that you need to take up. We do still have minutes, and there were a couple of other agenda items, but it is very late. So
Yes, we're going to push those to our next meeting. So we have minutes. Did everyone have an opportunity to look? One was a full meeting. The other was the very short September 6th meeting where we continued everything to tonight. Anyone have any changes to be made, offered, amendments to the minutes? Okay, what was the first date, Nora?
August 9th.
So I would entertain a motion
2022.
to adopt the minutes for August 9th, 29th. Is that what you said?
August 9th, 2022.
August 9th, 2022, as submitted.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on the minutes? Okay, roll call vote. Kate,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Phil,
Aye.
Ellen.
Aye.
I vote aye. Now to September 6th. This is the short meeting we had. Did we have all 5 members here? Was
I think Josh was missing.
Josh missing? I thought
Josh.
somebody.
No, the one before was missing. I was here for September.
Okay.
So you
All right,
might
just
have,
wanna make
can he
sure.
vote? Can he vote on the minutes from the 9th if he wasn't there?
He should probably,
Oh,
Or
no.
does he have to abstain?
he should probably change his vote to an abstention.
Yeah.
Is that okay,
Sorry.
Josh?
Yeah.
And unless you watch the meeting, Josh.
I did watch the meeting, but I mean,
We need to file paperwork.
I think it's
right?
clean for you.
You don't need to file anything. It's not a hearing. So you're free to vote on minutes whether you're there or not if you're familiar with the meeting.
yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
So a
right,
motion for
so-
September 6th.
We'll take a motion to adopt the meeting minutes as submitted for planning board meeting on September 6th, 2022.
So moved. Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Ellen,
Aye.
Phil,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
and I vote aye also. The rest of the items for tonight's agenda will move to our next meeting, which is about a month from now, a little more.
October 25th.
Anyone have any last minute thoughts?
I hope
Gonna miss
Aye.
you guys. Gonna miss you guys.
Phil, you should get home in a timely fashion from Boston.
I'm hoping to, but it's going to be tomorrow. The way I'm going.
Get the helicopter fired up. Get
Yeah.
on.
Oh yeah. Land it
All
right.
right,
on
thank you, everyone. This
Okay.
was a very productive night. Very good night. I appreciate everyone's
you.
work.
Wait, you gotta close the meeting?
Oh, right.
Oh,
yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Roll call vote. Ellen,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Bill.
Aye.
I vote aye also. We're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
you.
Bye-bye.
See ya.